Darts Trophy. This is Season 10 of the Championship Dart Circuit, and we are coming to you live from Chicago, Illinois.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Championship Dart Circuit Weekend number 3, live in Chicago, Illinois, as we continue on the road to the 2024 Continental Cup Tour Finals. This is our first match of the A to Z Darts Trophy, and features the Virginia native Rick Allred taking on the Buckeye, Jacob Schaefer. I'm Sean Green, honored to be your play-by-play commentator this weekend, and I'm excited to introduce my partner in comms, the great Anthony Eugenia. AE, welcome, my friend.
Hey, Sean. Fantastic to be with you. Excited for another weekend here in Oak Brook Terrace.
Yeah.
Coming off a really fun and exciting weekend, too. So let's hope the players just sort of keep rolling along with that. Me and Sean over the weekend, a lot to talk about, a lot to play for. As the summer heats up here on the Championship Dart Circuit.
Yeah, we're at a point now where we are almost to that halfway point in the season. So you're seeing kind of a first half dominance on the Canadian side by David Cameron, who already has 2 wins in the first 5 events, including a win on Sunday here in Chicago last time we were here. He leads the total points in the point standings with 54 overall. Next closest to him is Stowe Bunce at 38. So he's dominating that top list by 16 already. And then Gary Mawson right behind him at 37. Those are actually your 3 winners in Chicago last weekend that we were in here. Then Jeff Smith, 4th overall, 2nd Canadian in that spot, not here, AE.
No, and that's going to hurt hurt his chasing of a really hot David Cameron.
Yep.
As Sean told you, picked up a trophy and is just stayed in good form. Went overseas, qualified right for the World Seniors match play in the fall, and so that's as we see that tour develop, we know that those qualifiers and those events are tougher and tougher as time goes on. So another feather in David's cap for this summer.
Absolutely. And here we are looking at Rick the Rocket Allred. The Rocket is a nickname that is synonymous with baseball pitchers, and Ricky's a former one.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a
former standout collegiate athlete from Virginia that was on course to enter the Atlanta Braves system, but unfortunately, sort of as all of that was playing out, suffered an elbow injury, I believe, and had to go through what's now an infamous Tommy John surgery
140.
with ligaments. So he said he's excited to get a chance to be on our featured stream and showcase his wares. And, we've seen other big-time athletes come through and transition to darts, right? And you would assume with the fantastic hand-eye coordination that you get blessed with as a burgeoning pro athlete that has to be a big asset when it comes to towing the Aki.
Oh, absolutely. And
140.
you're seeing these 2 guys starting off pretty hot here. Jacob Schaefer, Buckeye, actually went to the Ohio State University.
The
Ohio State University.
Not the.
Nope.
Okay.
It's got to be the.
Just checking. Not the other one, but the.
But he's been on tour for quite a few years now. A little bit of a journeyman on our tour here at the CDC. He's always been a fantastic supporter of my youth dart club from the very get-go. Great guy. He has not had a lot of success in CDC history, and I think he'd like to switch that around right here. But he's got a tough task here in Rick Allred, who is one of the
42.
more underappreciated players on our tour.
Oh, it is the best of the best in North America, right?
Yep.
So inherently, to be part of that, there should be some cachet and a certain level for any player to achieve earning a tour card and then coming out and competing, right?
Great setup there to leave 32 when he returns with Jacob back on 239. And how about the amazingly beautiful and smart and fantastic Sally Kelly, who's going to be doing our scoring today on our main board.
I'm not touching that. Yep, she does a great job scoring.
Listen, I was in an elevator with her twice with two different separate strangers, and both of them complimented her.
Double 8 for Rick Allred to open us up leg 1.
He'll return, though.
Yep.
Jacob's still back on 179. And this is one of those types of situations, AE, where if you're Jacob early on in this, you're almost kicking yourself that your opponent's missing these doubles and you're not given an opportunity.
You have to. Yeah, you have to pick these up. As you said, he's certainly looking to get his CDC resume up to speed and get W's under his belt and W's in big spots like this, playing on a feature board. So you can't let those opportunities go. And he's still
100.
at a place where there was a big ask. I mean,
now there's definitely some pressure, though. And no pressure whatsoever. It doesn't matter how many it takes you to hit the double as long as you end up hitting the double.
it's all comes out in the wash. That was a hold to throw for Rick.
The scoring power there allowed him to take his time on the doubles and hit the one that he needed to hit.
60.
I'll go back to the sort of talk about Jacob and,
Yeah.
and the players that are like in the CDC roster, and tie it with the baseball talk that we talked about with Rick. You look at a MLB roster, right? I don't know what the rosters are these days. There's always traditionally, right, 24, 25 guys,
25.
right? 25 guys. And it's like, well, you look at one guy who may not be a starter,
60.
and he's your utility guy, but he still, I guarantee, is the best player you've ever seen in your life if you got to watch him play in college or
100%.
whatever, right? So that's sort of where I'm going with this, that any player that's towing the Aki on a CDC event that's earned a tour card, is a prominent player from their region, has achieved at some level on their way up here to the championship dart circuit.
Well, absolutely. And for Jacob, he's been playing on tour for 5 years. So he's had to have consistent success.
You got to retain your card, go back and earn it,
81.
Things like that. So, absolutely.
In 4 years, I apologize. I was off by 1.
79.
Good cover shot from Jacob.
Yeah, you're seeing again, though, Rick's scoring power is putting himself out in front. He'll be the first one to finish here for a potential break a throw, and it was kind of a sneaky 9 darts.
Yep. And that's what served him well in that first leg. I mean, that's what outscoring your opponent. He got a little dicey on his doubling, but he had earned himself.
45.
It turned out 3 turns to eventually get that double.
Yeah, and even though that last dart went to the 5, I'm still not happy about that shot from Jacob because he should have switched to the 18s on dart 3, and he knows it. Which tells me that
29.
he might be feeling a little bit extra pressure here than he's used to feeling to make that kind of a math mistake that he typically would not make.
45.
So Rick should have 2 darts clear at a double. It will be. That's a beautiful first dart. Tops.
16.
Will he return? Jacob Shaver's going to get a shot at the champagne shot, and not anymore. 117.
85.
That'll work. Now Rick has struggled on the double so far. And if you're Jacob, you're hoping that he just does it the same exact way. Double 5 now. Chases around the board and misses another 3. This is a moment here. It's just a hold a throw. But in the first of 5 legs here in the opening round, if you're given these opportunities, you just got to take them. And that is so close to the wire.
39.
Unfortunately, though, gifts it right back. That's a good marker.
No score.
Ideally.
Game shot.
Well, nobody misses double 4. AE.
Yes, yes, sir, Sean Green. Nobody misses double four. In Sean Green's world, nobody misses double four.
And then we got a 1-1 score line, so Schaefer able to stay close enough to Rick to take advantage of it when he needs to.
140.
So over the course of the day, Sean and I will take you through the course of events here as we're underway at main event number 6, the A to Z Darts Trophy on the road to the 2024 Continental Cup Tour
60.
Finals Championship. We've got coverage here on our feature board, which is YouTube and
PDC.TV.
PDC TV. And we also have Stream 2 coverage coming to you also on
120.
PDC TV and live on Facebook. So you can pull up multiple devices and tabs. And if you're a dart sicko like Sean and I are, then you can also pull up the laptop and you go to dartconnect.com. You can pull up we've got 6 additional boards that are out on the tournament floor. You can pull up those scoreboards
100.
in real time and watch that action. You could look at the brackets. You can look at the leaderboards. There's so much cool stuff to check out on Dart Connect as you hopefully will enjoy the day with us
95.
here on our streamed coverage.
Absolutely, and you said it. If you want to know how AE and I sound as smart or how smart as we think we sound, we're just looking at Dart Connect for the most part.
Speak for yourself, sir. I don't have any illusions that I sound smart.
Well, I know that when I give accurate information, it's from Dart Connect. Just like Jacob Taylor, a 5-0 first-round win over John Steinhofer already with an 88 average there. A lot of matches going on
44.
currently around the room that you can check out on Dart Connect. We also have our first
Stream 2 match?
Stream 2 match.
That's Jim Long.
Yep.
Yeah,
Jim Long up 3-2 on Stefan Rousseau.
Oh, here, third leg in, and it's
Great.
it's sort of held.
50.
Oh, well, nope, not as good as he wanted to do there.
But
Jacob's still on 162, though.
that's where I was going with it. It's held to form that, Ricky opens up at 120 ton, buys himself that extra time. He's needed it every leg.
130.
He's been able to cash in on half of them.
Now, that's a lot of pressure.
But the same sort of story. 24.
Pins it
Team
when he
shot,
needs
second
to.
dart.
It's a 2-1 lead now for Rick Allred. So when he needed to do it there,
I
he
was
hit
just
it.
going to say, right, in leg 1, he got pressed. Jacob hit a big turn to leave himself, I think, 44.
Yep.
And Rick came up, hit the double 2 first dart. And so
100.
we've seen that now twice, that when he gets extra darts, not as much pressure, he seems to move around the board, and then all of a sudden Jacob puts just a little pinch of pressure on him, and he pins it first dart.
100.
So
And he is scoring fantastic so far in this match. And
Jacob's
actually, a little bit
Jacob's
quicker
sort
than
of come up to meet him a bit, right?
81.
Absolutely. Yeah, based on the averages this year so far, Jacob's definitely struggled. But Rick's just slightly below his 3-dart average for the season.
140.
But he's definitely, first 9 average has got to be way above his season average currently.
$43.
I've been very impressed with how Rick has scored.
First time these two players
45.
have met
Mhm.
in a CDC event.
Allred is 10-14 overall in CDC event matches, and Jacob is 2 for
26.
13. But none of that matters right at this moment. History is history.
46.
Great counting there from Allred. Way to utilize the bowl to leave the 170. So he'll get that first look at a checkout. Schaefer needs at least a ton here. And he's not going to
41.
get it. So Allred does have 6 from 170. He does not have to shoot at the big fish, but, if you hit those first 2 treble 20s, why not?
Go for it. You got to go for it.
Great 134.
137. 134.
All right.
You just got to get it right.
Yep.
You don't have to get it right the first time, but you got to get it right ultimately.
So we'll come back with 36. Schaefer's still back on 210 on his own throw. Allred a chance to actually add some separation here.
45.
And he's going to have some time to do so. Pins it first
Game
start
shot,
anyway.
first
So now we're starting to see Allred really starting to settle in on his doubles. He'll do a little do-si-do. He's up 3-1, AE.
Settling down a little bit, closer to the finish line. First to 5 here in our opening round. And for
57.
those that have, kept track this week on the bracket and how things have been playing out, who we were, scheduled to bring to you, we just need to make note that
60.
Danny Baggish, our high seed off this group, did run into some travel issues. So unfortunately, it looks like Danny's not going to be able to attend the entirety of the weekend. Certainly, he withdrew for this event.
123.
So we'll keep tabs on that, but I believe Danny Baggish is out for the weekend. So, as Sean sort of set the table, these guys are fighting and scrapping for points to,
81.
win a tour championship and earn additional opportunities to play in PDC events. So, a weekend miss 3 events is a big deal. So we'll see what the rest of the
95.
summer brings for the gambler. But so if you've tracked on the board, Jeff Steinberg opens up with a bye, and he'll move into
60.
the next round, and he will await the winner of the match that we're watching here. So we'll see Jeff come up on the on our feature board in a few matches.
AE, let me ask you a question. Do you think that
85.
No. Sorry, go ahead.
do you think that favors Steinberg, or does it put him as a disadvantage to have these two players already play a match on stream before that match happens?
59.
I'd say in this particular case, when you were expecting to play a match, we did the draw has been out since the early week. Now that we've moved into gaming,
81.
we do the draw at the start of the week. Mindset of I'm on a feature board, playing a big player in Danny Baggish. I'm open, game 1. The whole mindset of get in town, get ready, I'm opening up. Now all of a sudden I go from
57.
opening up to match 4,
Right.
right? So I've got to sit and wait for 3 games. So I think it could be a potential
Game shot.
toughie for Steinberg, just in that regard.
Yeah.
So it's sort of up to the player on how quickly they can adjust their mindset to that. Because that wasn't confirmed until the sun rose today.
Correct.
That was exactly officially what was going to play out. So I think under this case,
100.
we'll see how Steinberg opens up in the first 2 legs, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And see if he settles in.
Well, you're also seeing Allred playing very well on the
121.
streaming board, averaging almost 79 at this point, up 4-1 on Schaefer, and his scoring power has been phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal.
46.
Allred was 1 for 14 on doubles, but since has been 3 for 3 in the last 3 legs. So definitely settling in on those doubles as well.
We've got a winner from our stream, too. Jim Long advances 5-2 over Stefan Rousseau. Other notables out on the
73.
floor, Jacob Taylor, 5-0 over John Steinhofer. We watched Jacob sort of just continually get hotter as the weekend unfolded last time we were here. And
45.
the birthday boy of a previous weekend in Jeff Springer, 5-1 over Dan Benner. So some of the players that we saw did well in weekend 2, carrying that over into weekend 3. A new
60.
name back in the fold, the 3-time world champion John Part,
Absolutely.
out on the tournament floor right now, ahead of Hossie Hicks 4-3. So hopefully we'll get to see.
And John's
59.
been throwing well. When we saw him in
John,
Indy
at
weekend
some
1,
point.
he was throwing very well.
He's opened up this year in fantastic
Yep.
form, and it's great to see people take note of that internationally. People in England and other
83.
forums around Europe sort of take note that Darth Maple is in good form and what sort of implications that could have, because that would be pretty fantastic. He came with just a width of a wire
123.
of qualifying for the stage at MSG.
Which would have been, epic. Schaefer going the 19 route. Is going to get a look here at tops. Will he
64.
return? Allred has 128 left. He's been 3 for 3 on his doubles since leg number 2.
110, treble 20. No.
So Schaefer's going to have
40.
3 clear here to send us to a 7th leg. And he does so
Game
beautifully.
Shot for start.
2 for 5 on the doubles for Schaefer, which, all things considered, he's going to want more doubles opportunities than that. But he scored well, got ahead in the scoring that leg.
100.
And it made all the difference. Now he's got to break the throw of Allred. It's got to be a great scoring leg from Schaefer. He can't continue to miss in those
45.
5s, and he knows it. But yeah, we have a lot of great action on how cool is it to have those 2 streaming boards available.
100.
If you're on PDC.TV, that is obviously the best way to view, because then you can just go back and forth nice and easily with the switch. You could have been watching
toggle,
stream.
toggle, if you will.
You could have been watching stream 2. That match is over right now, and they're on a break.
Boom.
And come right over here just for a hot minute. And there's a touch of an opening. Probably Schaefer's already behind quite a bit. It's that last dart, or that one dart that goes into the 5 that's killing him right now.
Consistency, right?
Yep.
That's what the game's all about.
$100.
Great
59.
cover shot. It's gonna be the best 59 he's gonna shoot today. That's for sure. But Allred now has at least 6 from 161.
Was that a extremely
26.
wayward dart, or was he starting on the 18s? Why would you? We're not starting on 18s. With
No,
6-1, are we?
No, I doubt that. I think he just hit a fat one there to start off with. But the 26 was not helpful.
45.
Unfortunately, neither is the 45 from Schaefer. Start on the bowl here? You don't have to. Technically, he didn't.
118. Yeah, technically.
41.
He'll come back with 94. Schaefer's got to put pressure now.
$45.
That last start's a bit unlucky.
Oh, Rick Allred needs to clean up 94, and he'll advance into the last 32.
This is another slip.
Mm.
A big slip.
12.
It needs to be said. Yeah, those are 9 pretty bad darts from Rick Allred. But Jacob just hasn't stepped up to the point of being able to punish that, right?
44.
He's only followed 26, 41, 12 with an array of 45s and 40 and a 44.
Well, look at that. Beautiful bullseye, and takes it out in 3 from 82 to win the match. 5-2 for Rick Allred.
That's just a complete.
I mean,
that's a great slice of what this game is all about.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, just on a switch, nine darts, spraying them all around the board, and then boom, crisp as can be, takes out 82, and we move on.
Very, very strong performance from Allred. He'll need to clean up his doubles if he wants to continue to move forward in this bracket, but he has a chance here. Jeffrey Steinberg is awaiting him in our 4th match today, our first top 32 match. But final doubles, Jacob Schaefer ended up 2 for 5, just unable to get enough looks at doubles there. Allred ended up 25%, 5 for 20 at the end of the match. So well done from Allred. He'll move forward, where he will take on Jeffrey Steinberg. We got our first top 32 match on our stream, set, ready to go. And AE, what a good opening match.
We're just getting started. The water
surface.
has just been put on the pot. I haven't even come up to a boil yet. But after this break, I think things are going to heat up a bit. We got two really good matchups in Bame and Snook and Savvada and McCarg.
Yeah, it's going to be wonderful. Stay tuned, guys. We'll be right back with that right after this.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
Hitcore is the streaming entertainment alternative. Live concerts and comedy? Hitcore has it. Premium high-def audio and video? Hitcore has it. A customizable entertainment experience? Hitcore has that as well. No app? No problem. Set up an account, decide what you want to watch, buy it, then press play. It's that easy. Hitcore is live and on demand 24/7. Hitcore, where every live event becomes your experience.
Let me tell you about A to Z darts.
Hello again, I'm Sean Green, your play commentator for this second match of the A to Z Darts Trophy between number 9 seed, no-name Doug Boehm, taking on the best shoes in the game of darts, Mr. Ross Snook. I'm joined once again by the amazing Anthony Eugenia. AE, Doug is trying to build on that finals appearance in Indianapolis weekend number 1. He's got to win a CDC event soon, right?
I think so. He came so desperately close to winning a tour championship.
Yeah.
Right. A few seasons ago, and I mean, kudos to Doug's performance in the first weekend. That he's still up in the rankings, still in the top 16 after missing the last weekend that we were here in Chicago. So we were just talking about that in context of players like Baggish and Smith. So here's Boehm back in the mix, weekend 3, getting back on the beam to make that drive, that fall drive for all of the great stuff that's on offer at the end of the season, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And Boehm, of course, notorious for letting everybody know that as long as you make it into the Continental Cup, you got a shot. He was the 15 seed when he was up 7-3 on Alex Spellman in the final.
Again, I have a feeling we've got a burgeoning theme for the weekend, right? I'm going to use the same thing I used in that first one. Players at this level, you know, you're talking about a lot of really good players, a big, deep field, right? So if you're one of 16 coming off a tour that at any given point we've put on, 10, 12, 14 events, you're quality. You're a quality dart player. So whether you come in as the 3 seed or the 13 seed, you've got a good shot of taking that title in a field of being one of 16. So
Absolutely.
Without a doubt, you get in the show, you've got a chance at winning the show.
It's one of the most fun things about the Continental Cup is just the talent level from 1 to 16 is always fantastic, and there's always 1 or 2 guys who make it in for the first time and have some success.
Well, it really is sort of like play pieces for me and Satera, you know, as tournament directors and dart geeks that you get to play around with all of these good players and put them in cool events that they can just sort of knock heads and compete.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Mr. Boehm takes on Mr. Ross Snook, The Rock. We saw Ross hit a 9-darter. I want to say last year, but it seems like it was just yesterday, but it might have been 2 years ago now. I've got to confirm that. But I had the honor of calling Ross's 9-darter, and boy, oh boy, what a thrill that was. Again, Ross, another sort of stalwart in the CDC roster over the last decade.
Oh, 100%. And our first 9-darter on stream in CDC, well, live CDC streamed event. You got to call that one?
I got to call that one. That was pretty fun. I was jumping around.
140.
You kind of, when you love this game so much, you only dream of, would I ever be in a position to be up there as an official, or where, or if you start doing a little commentary, you don't even think it would ever even happen, to be quite honest. And it's like, would I ever get to call a 9-darter? And it's like, oh my goodness. And you've had the pleasure and honor as well for Alex Spellman. So, just
84.
Yeah,
I was tingling that I had a guy coming up to the line at 141. Right? No way, this is really gonna happen.
Yeah, I don't know about you either. I'm 1 for 1 on a player having a shot at the double in commentary history for me. So I'll take those odds because it's going to be a very rare thing. It might never happen again in our career as commentators.
Amen to that.
And we'll be happy.
So you take it as it comes. And Dougie opening up big.
Yep.
99.
Right?
Yes, and this is
12 darts.
This is the danger that Doug Boehm brings to the game now. He's just consistently a top scorer, and he's a very, very good finisher as well. He uses the board properly. He's a tough opponent in every match that he plays. We've seen him average 106.5 in the Continental Cup. We've seen him average 102 in the final that he lost 7-3.
20.
Back in Indy in weekend 1.
So Oh, we have a missed score? Oh, yeah,
Yep.
okay, they backed out. Yeah, I was going to say Snook in with a puncher's chance at 156, but can't
100.
make that happen. So Doug Boehm gets another look at that double 10. No history between these two.
Which is interesting. They've both been on tour and played a lot of matches here in the CDC.
Game shot.
And there you go. Doug does take out leg number 1 as a hole to throw. Ends up being a 17 dart hole to throw, but he had a shot at 13. So he'll be happy with the way he's scoring currently.
140.
And Ross Nook is going nowhere when it comes to that. The Rock is rock solid when it comes to his game. And the shoe selection.
Well,
Chef's kiss.
the shoe game is just up. You know, it's gone just stellar with Mr. Snook. You know, I don't know where that came from, but boy, oh boy, it's been a welcome treat.
I like it.
95.
Peeking in on stream 2, Sean Mitchell is ahead of Edward Pope 4-0 in a race to 5. So you can go check that out on the other page of PDC TV or Facebook. If you're joining us on YouTube, you can go pull up Facebook on that. You can check out the rest of the bracket and stuff, as always, on Dark Connect. Let me see if there's
59.
anything of note, any big shockers out there. Let's check in on the world champ. Oh, boy. Yeah, unfortunately, John Part, Aussie Hicks with a comeback.
Oh.
John Part was up 4-3,
Yep.
so Hicks
100.
taking the last 2 legs in their opening clash. So
A name that's down there in the finishing spot that had a great weekend in Nashville, consistently making semifinals and finals, was Brandon Goddard.
58.
Now, he only averaged 67 in that match against Colin Rath, but he was shooting very well. A lot of 80s plus averages. He could be a guy that makes a run at a certain point.
we'll keep tabs on him. Jake McMillan out on the floor,
55.
up 4-1. Captain Canada coming into the weekend as the number 16 seed. So we'll keep tabs on that stuff for you.
85.
How about our Evolution Tour 3-time winner so far this year, Douglas DeMcKelly, in their 4-4 scoreline against Nick McCoy.
Let you tackle that, not me.
Hey, the worst part, AE, is that I've asked him how to pronounce his name a couple of times in person, and I'm pretty sure it's DeMcKelly. 64 left, double 8, pins it in 2, Ross Snook, 2-2 scoreline, or 1-1 scoreline. 1-for-1 on his doubles.
Each with a hold.
Nothing in the averages, nothing in the scoreline. Let's have ourselves a match here. Match number 2 here in Chicago, Illinois. Weekend number 3 is going to be a good one, AE, I can tell already.
You can keep tabs on all the latest news and info with the Championship Darts Corporation.
180.
You follow us at Champ Darts, and that's a 180 for the Rock.
The first one on stream. And guess what? Mr. 9-Darter is 3 into it.
You went and did it. I guess
Well,
there's no bugaboo, right? If he's,
no.
you know, we've seen Snook do it, so there you go. It's all Sean's fault.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
He heard.
5.
He knew. He knew he was on a 9 just because I said something to him.
You can check out our website at www.champdarts.com and then follow us on all social media platforms. Just type in @ChampDarts, Facebook, X, Instagram, and now TikTok. We're also on Twitch, so check us out on all those platforms. We would greatly appreciate a like to those pages, follow and hit the notification bell. Also on YouTube as well, so follow the page for all of when our events go live. You'll get a notification on that.
Snook on 130 after 9 is going to get a shot here, but Doug's going to put some maximum pressure. What a 180 from Doug Boehm.
Maximum effort.
Is it too little, too late? Treble 20. Would have left a shot at the bull. Not going to get a look.
100.
He'll come back with 30 if he returns, but Boehm, to hold his throw, should get 2 clear darts at a double. Tops. For a 14 dart hole to throw for Doug Bame. And that was pressured by Snook hard. That's one of those things that separates those top players from those players that are just on tour, right? You're getting pressured. You need to throw a 14 darter to hold your own throw early in a match, and you go off and do that.
Closers,
Yeah.
right? Guys that can close. They earn the cup of coffee. It's that difference maker of, we watched earlier.
180.
Boom goes the dynamite
There
for
you
Ross
go.
Snook.
I steal yours all the time, so it's only fair. It's only fair.
Yeah, exactly. Those, the players that ranked in the top 16 as opposed to the
85.
players in the top 32 or top 48. You can, if you analyze those games, like you just talked about, the ability to not take extra darts, close out when the pressure's on,
Withstand attacks from your opponent.
70.
And again, the timed 180 from Doug Bame, too, was huge in that. Both players here in our second match, top 64 match, first to 5 legs. And they are showing you what the talent is like in the CDC now. The 9 seed, Doug Bame, taking on the unseeded Ross Snook, which is one of those very dangerous unseeded players that we have every single weekend, it seems like.
There's sharks out in the water.
We're going to see one of those sharks in the next match, too, in Adam Savvada.
99.
Can't imagine he's going to go unseeded for much longer.
He's number 2 in average on tour this year. He's doing everything but winning events, pretty much, right now.
Let's take a look, though, because he's unseeded, so he got drawn. He's in our group here, which is group 2. Where's my partner? Who else am I looking for in the bracket? If I'm looking for Savvada, who else am I looking for?
Well, so Jeff Smith's not here, but
Nope.
he's one of them.
Well, no, I'm looking for who Savvada clashed with Spellman 3 times.
Oh, yes.
In weekend 2, so I wanted to see. All right, so Spellman dropped down to the 3 seed coming out of the weekend 2 of the wins from Bunce and Cameron, solidified those 2 players as our 1-2 into the weekend. So Spellman on the 3, Savvada got drawn in the top of the bracket, so we won't see that clash unless they both make it to the final.
Oh,
which
there you go.
That'll give us a good storyline. And and for those taking note, Savvada up 2-1.
There you go.
Right?
Yep, he sure is.
Out of last weekend anyway.
With one of those being a whitewash. Finished a couple last leg deciders, and then just blew him out of the water there. And we do need to mention that Spellman has struggled with his consistency so far this year. He's still his struggle with consistency, ladies and gentlemen, is still 3rd overall in average on tour this season. But for him, he knows he's struggling. He likes his average to be around 93, 94, not 88. And this is another attack on throw here for Ross Snook after 6. Bame's going to have to time a 180, it looks like, again.
140.
Because that 140 is going to potentially give Ross 6 darts at 176 for a break. And it will give him 6 darts at 176 for a break a throw on Doug Bame.
83.
And in the first to 5 legs, attacking now and breaking that throw to make it 3-2.
Pivotal leg 5,
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Great first dart. Just trying to set up 36 at this point.
100.
That'll do.
That will indeed do, donkey.
But again, this is a moment where Doug tends to find the right darts to pressure just enough. Not going to happen this time, though.
55.
For the break a throw.
36.
He will be back, and that almost is a psychological warfare too against Bame. That, hey, I missed that last start, and man, if you just would have left a finish, think of the chances you might have just had to regain that break.
100.
And then now you pin it for start.
Make it hurt.
Don't want to go chasing. And he doesn't. Double 10 pinned, and there's the break a throw that it only works if you hold it now.
No waterfall chasing for Ross Snook.
I didn't want to do the TLC reference, but I'm happy you did.
What reference?
Sean Green joined by the great Anthony Eugenia.
83.
Live here in Chicago,
Oh,
the A to
stop
Z
it.
Darts Trophy.
Go on. Oh, stop it.
No name Doug Bame has done nothing since that nickname was
100.
given to him except make a name for himself. Early on here, weekend number 3. We got a long, great day of action for you. 9 scheduled matches on our feature board. 9 scheduled matches on our
99.
secondary board.
Stream 2 on Facebook and PDC.
And that doesn't even include tonight's coverage.
No, I mean, we've got a whole other event tonight. The Boomerang Tours Fiesta kicking off at 5 Central.
180.
And that's a 180 from Ross Snook.
Filling them up.
I believe that's Ross's third 180. Doug has one.
138.
See, I knew if I ask out loud, I get our crack stats team confirming that Ross Snook's 9-darter was less than 12 months ago.
Yep.
August 13th, 2023. So
Up in Canada.
home soil for Ross.
Shout out to your co-commentator on the call for that one, Jeremy Howe. You guys did that remotely, too, which is impressive.
We did, yep. So I got to watch a guy throw a 9-darter in Canada from Texas. That was cool.
94.
94 from Bain, but Snook to make it 4-2 and get that separation, and there it is. Now, in this situation, this is the best type of situation Doug can be in down 4-2. He only needs to break once. He will have the throw in the last leg decider.
2 out of 3. Yep.
You got to do your job here first.
140.
And we know Doug Bame is capable of 10 darters, capable of 11 darters, 12. And his opponent's going to be knowing that
85.
too. And you can see now starting to just pepper perfectly that treble 20 on dart 1.
121.
We got the Canadian Ross Snook taking on the almost Canadian and Doug Bame.
Oh,
in Buffalo.
he's high up enough in New York
Yeah.
State. Yeah.
60.
As a former New York
He's Canadian
State,
adjacent.
New York State resident, the worst thing you can say to anybody from Buffalo is that they're from upstate New York. No, that's Western New York. And,
Yes, they are.
and they will let you know every
Yep.
single time.
100.
So Snook's been pretty deadly on his doubles. He's 4 out of 6 attempts. So if
96.
Bame lets Ross take a look at it, he's been pretty solid. I mean, this
Perfect setup from
is
Doug.
the work, right? This is the work to do. 140, 121, 100, 100 to be on 40 after 12.
And you almost feel like he has to do better than that in the next leg.
Ross Snook
180.
filling it up,
That's a 180 from Ross Snook.
and that's the pressure that Ross has got to put on there.
Now you have to hit this if you're Doug. And he does. Because it's no name Doug
But-
Bame.
But that was from Ross's standpoint, like you said, it's Doug's throw, right? So Ross has throws coming up here. So that 180 was sort of a
93.
House money.
And that's the 4th max for Snook in this match. Doug's got to be thinking 12 or less.
93.
So far, 1 treble per visit. Doug switching. Switching again.
83.
Other seeds out on the floor getting underway. Jake Womack, JT Davis, Steve Warnock, Jason Brandon. So in full swing out on the tournament floor here at the A to Z Darts
140.
Trophy.
You have to feel Doug needs at least a 140 here, if not a max. He can't get to the max. Needs another treble. He gets the other treble, and you see a little fist pump from Doug Boehm. He knows that that was a huge treble. Just keeps Snook right here in his sights. This is the big setup shot. And if he punts it, which he just did majorly.
There you go, Dougie doing the calisthenics to get to the line.
I don't think I've ever seen him do a little hippity hop like that before.
And Ross
And
paints the
great.
picture.
Great first start from Boehm. Oh, look at this. And Snook is
19.
furious with himself.
133.
My apologies. Had 71 remaining on that last start. If that triple 13 goes in, leaves 32, so he'll have.
Oh. Almost got a shot at the 144. So Boehm to take us to a last leg decider. And what a last 2 turns from Boehm. 134, 133. Oh, there's 36.
Oh, a
22.
little bit too much adrenaline in the arm.
Double 11. Ironically, if he would have shot at the 19s with 71 left. Oh, no. And he gave it away to Ross. The first time we've seen him miss with the pressure on. Tops for Snook. One more match start incoming. Oh, my goodness. Miles off on dart 3.
And you audibly heard that from
Yeah.
Snook. He said, oh, my goodness, where did that go?
3 for double 4.
Shot.
That nobody misses. And we're going to a last leg decider, 4-4 score line. Doug, a little bit of reprieve from Snooky there. But here we go. You see Ross shakes off. That was one of the greatest views we could probably get in that moment. That tells you just first round, ladies and gentlemen, of the CDC weekend number 3.
And they're both up to it, up to their necks, right in the deep end as the day just gets underway.
And then this last leg decider, you got Boehm 4 for 12, 33% on the double. Snook 4 for 8.
95.
If you would have told Snook you'd be 50% on your doubles, and you had 10 of them, he'd be very happy, because then he won. But he will not be happy if it's 50% on his doubles and he only gets 8 of them. And this is a little bit of attack. Oh,
135.
that's a perfect first start from Doug.
140.
Yep. And again, all these 2 treble visits from Boehm, he knows they're gold. 2 trebles needed from Snook. Not going to get it to leave a first look at a finish. So Doug has put himself in a position. He was down 4-2, and now he has 6 starts from 171 to win the match. Couldn't ask for anything more. For the opportunity.
Absolutely, in the perspective of where he was
Yeah.
just a leg ago, right? Leaping up and down at the opportunity to get to have a look at it.
100.
111.
111 plays 114, 4 legs apiece. Who can be the first one to bring it on home?
Oh, and Doug almost takes it out. There's one match start missed
29.
from Bame. Snooks had 2. 96. Not going to get a look. So 3 more match starts incoming for Doug Bame. And the 9 seed to sneak away with it.
Manage the breathing, slow it down a bit.
And he pins it first start. Doug Bame wins a battle. That was a battle at the AE.
Absolutely. We go down to the wire. Averages just continue to creep up and up. It's, we would always expect these two guys to be able to play in the 90s. And, what a great treat. We went into commercial break talking about the water starting to boil and get hot. And things are starting to cook.
Oh, absolutely.
Here at the A to Z Darts Trophy.
And speaking of things that have been cooking, this season, the principals, including yourself, came up with a brilliant idea to start this affiliate standings list. And we have one of our affiliate tour members about to do battle against Adam Savvada on Scream and Chris McHargue.
Yeah, he's high ranked on the associates list. We've got that. We can pull that up. Yeah, so these were players that...
Third on that associates list.
Third on the associates list? Absolutely. So you got some quality there. These are players that came through the Q School series, competed, but did not earn a tour card.
Yep.
Okay, so points were awarded there, and points are awarded on our summer series that we've had this year. We've had three of the 4 events already. As Sean mentioned, we were in Nashville. So if we have a field less than 64 tour card holders, we reach out to the list, and we've got like 12 off of the associates list. So a real great sort of start to this thing. It still needs to be fine-tuned, but these are players who have the desire to come compete on the circuit, and now they're getting a chance to compete, right?
And what a great, just wonderful draw for him. To get one of the hottest players in North America currently in the Reaper in Adam Savvada.
Oh my goodness! Before we go to Adam, just one little piece as Adam comes walking into our commentary booth. So I got to be nice about what I'm about to say about Adam Savvada. No, but just to finish about that associates list, I did confirm with my partner there is, provisions in there. If these players perform up to a certain standard and finish in rankings, they'll be able to earn a card.
Oh, that's
so
wonderful.
It's an idea of not only just to getting to compete here, with these players that they've had a goal to, they can then earn and and become full-time CDC players. So yeah, he gets. We get to see Adam Savvada, who was pretty hot as a pistol here a couple of weeks ago.
He should be a heavy favorite. He just needs to make sure to go out there and do his job and just not blow any opportunity that he gets. He's still in the booth with us. So
yeah, but we've seen big. Obviously, historically, Adam came into Philadelphia. He is a champion.
Yep.
He's hoisted a CDC circuit win, and has just progressed in that on stage this past. As the summer opened up in Madison Square Garden.
Absolutely.
Which was just a massive moment for him.
And he looked good.
He did. He looked good. He's got a really great. The word escapes me. Not just
Demeanor.
attitude, demeanor. Thank you. That's what I was.
And
pretty solid, pretty
he has to.
unflappable.
He has to because of his job that he does on a daily basis when he's not playing darts, right? He works in a funeral home. He does all of the jobs of the funeral home, from talking to families ahead of time to being the last person that families talk to make sure that their loved ones are getting the care and proper respect that they're given. And you have to be unflappable in that position.
Sure, I would. I'll extrapolate that to any of the players that are involved with us, or any sort of endeavor. When you come from a walk of life, whether it be what Adam does or medical or first responder type stuff, military, there is some perspective on the level of anxiety and stress that you can sort of handle and what you tend to put into perspective. You want to talk about anxiety and stress, try picking a winner here at a CDC event, right? Like, we talk about how good the field is, how deep the field is. So, you go to a game that we just covered in BAME and Snook, right? And like coming out of the gate, how tight and competitive is that? But if you think you've got the chops to if you can, beat the bookies, if you will, on, who's going to take these titles and, the first round matchups that are up for offer, you can go check out nxtbets.com/play-CDC. All right. And then you're going to go have an opportunity to sign up. There's some awesome sign-up bonuses that you can take part in, all right? Now, bear with us a little bit. We wish we had, wagering available in all 50 states and tons of stuff to bet on, but it's an ongoing process. We're approved right now in 20 different states, and so you can go to NXT Bets and find out if you're, if there's wagering on your state. If not, we humbly ask you to reach out to your provider of choice. I hesitate to name them. I don't know. There's so many regulations that we've got to be worried about, right? But we know these places in Bet365 and Betfred and William Hill and DraftKings and a couple of the other places.
FanDuel, all of them.
Contact them. Let them know. Send them an email. Say, hey, I'm in the States and I would love to have fun and wager on Championship Darts Corporation events, right?
Absolutely.
And that, I guarantee you, will have an impact. This is what they want to see, that there's an interest. We've talked about it for many, many years here in the U.S. and Canada, that gaming would be what busts this whole thing out, right? Not just for organizers, but for players and fans across the board, right? That will be the device that will be able for us to deliver, things akin to the PDC match plays and UK Opens and Grand Slams, week-long events with hundreds of thousands of dollars on offer, and that's where we want to go, people.
Absolutely.
Let's not be shy about that. That's where we want to go with this. We want to have big events for big players. And where do you start garnering players and training them up? Well, you create something like the Junior and Evolution Tour, right? So you want to build big platforms and you want to train the players to get there. So we're so proud that we have a developmental system. Our junior levels are 17s and unders, and Evolution is up to 23, and they get to compete over the summer. We've just gotten started with that. Weekend 1 got played, and then we're going into weekend 2 and 3. So keep tabs on our overall youth system that encompasses the Junior and Evolution Tour, right? So you want to make stars and create stars, and that's what we're trying to accomplish with the Championship Darts Corporation.
Well, here we go. We're getting our look at Adam Savvada, the Reaper, right here on your screen. If you have yet to know who Adam Savvada is, where have you been this season, first and foremost? Second of all, welcome. And he's about to show you what Adam Savvada can do. That being said, Chris Hargue is not a giveaway opponent. A very, very high-quality player. He actually played in the inaugural CDC season back in 2015. He also had a tour card in 2017. So while he's taken some time away from the game, he's been at this level before and had a CDC tour card. So he'll know that he belongs here in a certain regard.
Another player that we've sort of touched on that has experience, has played CDC, and yet now needs to do that maturation, that evolution into the next level. And it's simple work.
Yep.
It's work and experience. It's putting the games in and getting the experience. I'll dip into my prior experience in New York. Founded Dart Players New York, and that's kicked off other dart players around the country. But
others?
Well,
how many total?
A few.
Right now?
It's not a
30.
We're up to about 18. I think,
18. Okay,
which is crazy.
That's amazing.
But my point about bringing up Dart Players New York is the Bobby Freeman principle, and Bobby has no problem with me shouting him out and using him as an example, because he came on to the Dart Players New York scene in a similar fashion, because at every level there's something to accomplish, right? Whether you're playing A division at in your local leagues, into the singles leagues, into long format, or up to the Championship Dart Circuit, there's different levels where you get challenged, right? And things just progress, but it's essentially kind of the same thing. So at the Dart Players New York level, Bobby was in similar form, coming in, wasn't successful early on, but stayed at it, got the experience, got the knowledge that, hey, I can compete, and things just started to break for Bobby. And now Bobby walks in, and Bobby's a contender. Bobby's got his name on DPNY trophies and stuff. So Bobby's a great example of it's possible. It's possible for anybody with the desire and the will to take on a challenge. And that's, again, I'll keep the whole theme, at least for this event, right, is the idea that you see anybody on these things, they're stepping up to the task, all right? There's a lot of guys in their basement right now that are going to tell you that they're as good as it can be in this country or in this continent. Well, baloney. They don't have the nerve it takes to come out and play on this Aki, all right? And so, everybody that you see stepping it up and putting their money on the line, these guys need to be applauded.
Absolutely. As we get our match instructions from Jeff Good.
We're underway.
And here we go. Chris Mahargue is going to get the start. I know you pronounced it way different at the start. I don't know if you know
I wasn't gonna point myself out, but I've heard you pronounce it 3 times, and in my mind, I'm like, thanks, Sean, for straightening us out, and I'll let you carry that.
It could be wrong. This is my teacher mind just coming out, and I have been fooled many a times.
Well, we'll confirm with Chris, and that's all. I always go into that stuff, and I'm probably not talking too much about it, but I always go into it respectfully because I do.
Right.
There's never a disrespect
100.
intended, even if things get mispronounced. And at some point, you catch up to player and just say simply, exactly. We want to get it right.
1,000%.
We will check with players. Out on the tournament floor, let's see.
140.
The inaugural Continental Cup champion Larry Butler in a pickle, down 3-0 to Jared Leedy.
Wow, that would open up that bracket huge because Gary Mawson also falls
41.
in the first round to Jason Roker 5-3.
Oh, I did not see that. So we saw a big weekend from the Mauler when we were last with you. Not only a win, but good performances all around on the weekend. So,
but they're going to be both in the same 8 there in the bracket with their coming in with their standings. So that would open up. There would be 0 seeds left in that quarter. That quarter.
Quadrant, if you will.
Quadrant. There you go.
Quadrant.
140.
Great 140 there from Savvada. Again, against the throw, leaves 80 after 12. Second on tour this season in overall average. And consistently,
140.
his floor has been, he's almost been Alex Spellman this season as far as consistently goes, right around a 90. If he's,
Team shot.
as you see him take it out right there, 15 darts right away. And he can throw those 100 averages, but he's just been very consistent in those 90s plus, and it just really forces his opponent, knowing going into it, I'm going to get a top-tier player every time. I can't hope for a bad game out of Adam Savvada because it's just not happening anymore.
That's a 180 for the Reaper, Adam Savvada.
$90.
See, even when you don't say anything about it, still doesn't happen.
100.
Nice 100 there from Savvada. I like to ask these questions of, those guys that were pretty decent back in the day,
80.
but maybe didn't get to that top tier level. And I don't know if you're playing days, if you actually were at that top level or not, but how many into a 9 have you gotten?
Oh, dear Lord, not even close. No.
I've gotten 1 into it before.
1?
The first start was a treble 20. It was nice.
I mean, I've gotten at least
7.
3.
Yeah.
I'd say, I can't really remember exactly, but
There's always a fun question.
I think it's a safe bet to say probably 4 would have been my over/under. I can see myself putting together 4 triple 20s in a row.
I actually closed my eyes once and got 5 into it. Just fun little
40.
thing to talk about is Adam Savvada leaves 24 after 12. He's getting better.
Yeah, you'd have to talk to anybody in New York to sort of give you an evaluation on if I could or couldn't play. I mean, ultimately, I'm sitting here behind a desk now for decades, so that'll tell you
There's a whole reason why we're back
I
here.
couldn't
AE.
have been playing that well. Boom.
Double 12, a 13 dart hold of throw for Savvada. And if he continues to play like this, you know, it's easy to say, man, I'm watching Adam Savvada this weekend, because it is everyone. But he can have one of those weekends.
141.
And as soon as he breaks through with one win, it might be 2, 3, 4 for the entire season.
And Chris could have had a big call there. Put that third one in. But a good 1-4-1 nonetheless. I mean, that's what right now you've got to throw at Adam.
I mean, just the first time for Savvada is insane right this second.
58.
His overall average is a 110 right now. Chris is throwing
and you
above his
have
average
a
by
right to
lot.
laugh because
Right.
it's almost absurd sometimes.
125.
I mean, he's getting
When
2
he gets
trebles
on a roll.
every visit. Every visit, he's getting 2 trebles, unless he's on a finish. And then he's just a perfect 2 for 2 on doubles so far, so no harm, no foul there.
46.
And this is after he was in our booth with us saying heavy favorite and maybe a lot of pressure on him to perform well.
125.
You know what top players do?
Crazy.
Get PO'd at themselves after 2 triple 20s and they hit a 125, and he was just sort of like, come on, man. He was disgusted.
But if that first starts a 5 and the last 2 are treble 20s, he's fine with that score.
58.
No, I know. The last weekend we got to do this. Yeah, it's sometimes all about perspective, right? It's the timing
Great
and
dart.
perspective.
11 for tops, or 19 for 32.
79.
And he will come back for another potential 13 dart. Break a throw this time. He's gone out in 15 and 13 so far.
44.
And again, Chris is not playing poorly. He's just playing against Adam Savvada. Double 4. And I could tell he didn't really want to even shoot at that. Did you notice that?
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I don't want to leave double 2 after being on 32. But it might not matter. Oh, another one of those with left tops.
And you nailed it there a moment ago. I mean, again, the same thing, another theme of perspective. Chris is not playing bad. Chris would have signed up for
94.
some of these darts, well in advance to this match, but he's playing Adam Savvada, who's throwing well over 100 right now.
Now, Savvada, though, starting to miss some doubles.
Game shot.
He missed 7 doubles in that leg, and Chris takes advantage of it. It's a hold to throw at the end of the day, but hey.
Both players on 100 percentage for their doubles, so crisp and clean
125.
when they get a look.
See how I didn't get angry at that 125?
No. You're correct.
That's
your-
a perfect dart.
Your hypotheses is on point.
85.
I'm just, as a man who's hit a lot of 62s in his life, he knows which ones feel good.
Yeah, I know. If that third one goes in, it's like, whew, this could have been ugly.
I know that anyone who's watching along, who's paying, for some reason, more attention than I am, which is an intense focus, I don't remember Adam having a trebleless visit so far.
He may not have. And if we really want to challenge our stat team, we'll, yep.
I still don't think he has. Unless he's on a finish, of course.
Of course, inherent.
Oh, look at this.
136.
Nice 1-3.
Sorry.
Yep, 137.
37.
But even after that, Savvada again, just doing a setup shot after 9 darts.
140.
He leaves another 13 dart opportunity. AE. I mean, just unflappable. You miss 7 darts at a double in the last leg and then come back and just, I'll just lead 40 after 12 again. Because surely I'm not going to miss 7 darts at a double again.
Larry Butler, the 10 seed, is indeed out, down 5-0 to Jared Leedy. So, as Sean told you, a big opening there in that group. The 7 seed in Mawson and the 10 seed in Butler, both out. So that group 6 is
60.
That
is
might
for the taking. We, up next on the floor, Dustin Holt in that group. We saw him, and we're impressed by him in weekend 2, and some other impressive players. So, but overall, the point being opportunities there in the group 6. Leonard Gates out of the gate, if you will, the 4 seed with a 5-0 win in the top 32.
25.
Beating Hosey Hicks, who took out John Part in the first round. So Gates, our first player into the 16, and things are heating up. We've got Jeff Springer and Stowe Bunce just kicked off in the top 32.
Yeah, a definite poor performance from Butler. Only a 65 average in that one to Leedy's 73. But man, you said a name that opens up the door for a potential top 8 or better in Dustin Holt.
60.
He plays Seth Stefano's going to get past him.
Sure,
but the door is wide open. Dave Richardson is another big name in that side.
Dave Richardson, big player in that group as well. So that's what I mean. It wasn't as if we've got outsiders or black horses. There's good players in that group, just that the 2 seeds, most notably the 2 seeds are out. So a big opportunity for ranking points and prize money for that group in group 6.
$50 scored there from Hargue. He's going to get 3 clear darts at 40 with, just an absolute terrible scoring round from Savvada. He's throwing 12 darts, not even on a finish.
40.
How dare he? But at the same time, it's against the throw. You can take some time off here. But you don't want to start taking too much time off.
35.
Oh, and that is actually not what you want to do. If you're Mahargue and your opponent's on 200 AE and you have 10 left and you have 1 dart in hand, do you bust it there?
Yeah, I think you might actually, right? Being in a position up 3-1. Down 3-1. You want kind of like your best opportunity, right? So, and you knew you're coming back with another turn.
Yep, and there he busts.
Is that, you've got a combo of Savvada finally giving you that 3-figure score to put the pressure on. Would it have been a different feel if he was back at the other double, right?
I can guarantee he doesn't bust 40.
Game shot.
And that one goes in for Savvada, so he steals it from being behind a 21 dart break, a throw, and a 4-1 lead now for Savvada.
I guess my counter on that would be you want to have the belief in yourself, right? That it's there. I have an opportunity. It's a double. I should be able to take that double.
1,000%. Savvada now just starting to find just above the treble, which for the way his darts land flat into the board, not ideal. Again, almost an 80 average for McHargue. At the end of the day, Savvada right back, right around 90, slightly above 90. It's just where he's lived. It's where he has lived consistently. And even the drop-off here the past couple of legs, he put so much pressure and so much heat early on in the match that at that point,
45.
your opponent's already been hit with so many haymakers, they're dizzy.
137.
And just a yawn, two trouble visit from Savvada. After 12, guess where he's at, AE? Oh, shocker, a 2-darter.
Yep.
Oh, great. Counting. Treble 20 would have left the big fish. Savvada for the match, 76. 1 dart needed. It's going to be at 36.
40.
And he loses the whole match now that he missed that first double. It's the rules.
Yes.
Oh, what type of pressure it's going to be on from McCargy, though? Maybe maximum.
120.
I love so much that he switched to the 18s and shot the right shot there instead of just trying to go for the 180. But
Pin shot.
Savvada pins it. 36 hit, a 16-darter at the last leg decider for the match. 94 average from Savvada. An 80 average from McCargy is really nothing to sneeze at whatsoever. But, man, the Reaper just continuing to do everything he knows how to do, and that's cut down the competition. Coming up next, right after our short commercial break, will be the attorney from Connecticut, Jeffrey Steinberg, in his first look on stream.
Our first look at Jeff.
And he'll be taking on Rick Allred from Virginia Beach. So we have that one coming, and then Dougie Bain will take on Adam Savvada.
Oh, boy, how could you not be salivating right now with, we saw.
That's a top 32 match there, bud.
Could be exactly. It could be a final,
Yep.
but yet we're seeing the top 32. We saw Bain throw in the mid-90s. We saw Savvada eventually. He settled in, right, 97, 98. But actually 94.
Yeah.
All right, mid-90s. So they eventually landed there. But, I mean, he's throwing at 107, 110 at some point, right?
Yes.
So a big, tasty matchup coming up. But to whet the appetite is Steinberg, really accomplished player out of Connecticut against Rick Allred, who, you noted, scored really well, and that gave him the opportunity. So if he can tighten up those doubles, we can see a lot of improvement and potential advancement for Rick Allred.
Absolutely, guys. So we got that plus more, and including our second streaming board. But we'll be back with more from the A to Z Darts Trophy right after this.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major. Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
is the streaming entertainment alternative. Live concerts and comedy? Hitcore has it. Premium high-def audio and video? Hitcore has it. A customizable entertainment experience? Hitcore has that as well. No app? No problem. Set up an account. Decide what you want to watch, buy it, then press play. It's that easy. Hitcore is live and on demand 24/7. Hitcore, where every live event becomes your experience.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to beautiful Chicago, Illinois for the first top 32 match of the A to Z Darts Trophy that we're bringing you here. This match features that Virginia Beach native, Rick Allred, taking on the attorney from Connecticut, Iceberg, Jeffrey Steinberg. I'm Sean Green, joined once again by AE Anthony Eugenia. AE, this is going to be a good top 32 matchup.
Yes, welcome in, everybody. Yeah, a chance to see Jeff Steinberg for the first time, scheduled to play Danny Baggage to open us up. Baggage had to withdraw, so we talked earlier on what kind of mindset that'll put Steinberg in, right? Prepared to play early, push back late, so we'll see what he comes out in, what he's done with that time. And Rick, we saw advance to open us up for the day, scored well, needs to tighten up on his doubles. And there's your scenarios for this last 32 contest.
Yeah, that last one, Allred was 25% on his doubles, 5 for 20. The great thing that he got 20. 5 for 20 on the doubles, 25%. He's going to need to be better against Steinberg. And especially if he moves on past Steinberg, the winner of Doug Bain versus Adam Savada, he's definitely going to need to be better for that, because their scoring will be with his. But the Rocket, former very high-quality pitcher. And then the attorney, Mr. Steinberg. This could be a good one. I like the nickname Iceberg.
It's pretty cool.
That's a good one. You know me, though. It rhymes. That's a win for me.
And you're a sucker for those.
I am. Alliteration and rhyming.
You know what? I'm good on any nickname. Why? Because we encourage these players to become, sort of entities on their own, to have fun. We love nicknames. We want to make them stars and make them, become their own unique characters, if you will, right? The game's got to have characters.
little bit more of a deliberate throw from Steinberg. And a little bit deliberate on heading to the line and doing that thing too. So maybe Rick right away just can take a little bit from that, knowledge-wise. Just, hey, all right, I don't need to run to the line. And this is, you want to talk about if this is good for Steinberg to have not had a match on stream up to this point. It's his first CDC match. So first CDC match now, first time on stream. He's playing against someone who he just saw do really well on stream and win a match. That's got to put
there's a
little
lot.
extra.
A lot of people believe in the philosophy of the only way to learn to swim is to be thrown into the deep end. Well, hold your nose, Jeff Steinberg. You're going in.
There you go. We need to give a huge shout out real quick to, first of all, our production team, L. David Irete and Will Stewart back there doing all the directing and producing, all the super duper stressful jobs in this moment. Is definitely a huge shout out to them for making everything look good and making us sound as well as we do. A huge shout out to the staff that's here this weekend and the staff that is watching along, including our statisticians who keep feeding us absolutely fantastic insight. Jeffrey Steinberg averaged 66 across the 4 Q School events that he played in 2024. If he has doubles, they're the main ones that he looks at, so tops and 32. But Rick Allred takes it out in 17 to win leg number 1 against to hold his own throw in leg number 1, and that was clean from Rick. If his doubles continue to do that, he's
right,
tough.
exactly. A little bit of scoring that we've seen he's capable of, right? So we don't got to worry about the Allred scoring part. It's the doubles. And funny enough, in that first match, when he had the luxury of a couple extra turns, he didn't perform. It was missing the double 8 and then the double 4 and working around the board. And all of a sudden, when he got pinched a bit, when his opponent Jacob would put in a score to set himself up, boom! All of a sudden, Rick puts it in the first dart in his next turn. So
now let's talk. We talked for Steinberg, new ground here, right? First CDC event, first time on stream. How about for Rick Allred? This is also new territory for him. If he wins this match, it'll be his first top 16 in the CDC in the 2 years that he's played on tour, which is a big deal. As soon as you get your first, it's kind of like breaking 90 in golf and then breaking 80 in golf. You do it once, it makes it a lot easier to do it from that point forward.
And we like to, exactly. We like to see that progression. It makes the whole sort of wheel turn in this whole thing, right? You want to see guys progress, and it makes the competition better. It makes these fields. We talk about these amazing matches that we get in 64s and 32s, and Rick Allred in leg 2 opens up. Three-figure scores, 161 after 9.
He's 10 and 14 overall, now 11 and 14 overall in CDC history. 6 of those wins have come this year, though. So we are seeing a bit of a progression for him already. This would be a next step in that. And again, way out in front here, even with that 30. Pressure's going to be put on, though, by Steinberg. A lot of pressure from Steinberg is going to be put on here.
19s. He's going downstairs. He's stay up top.
He said, it's going to be a 2-darter either way. Might as well hit the 180.
He's going for the call.
Oh, I love it. Tops. He attempted the tops on the 131. It's my favorite way to go about it.
You love the chutzpah,
Yep.
like truly. You want to see that's where the confidence level is at.
Treble 19 for 32. There's the treble 19. And that is not the 32. So Allred should have 2 clear darts at a double to break the throw and take a 2-0 lead. That's the 3rd time we've seen the darts do that.
That's where I was running to, exactly. So I don't know if it was the positioning of the prior darts.
Well, Steinberg cleans it up.
He'll take that gladly. He'll tell you that. Take that opportunity. A hold of throw for Jeff. And in all fairness, we're setting the table from a CDC perspective that Jeff hasn't. This is his first opportunity to play in the CDC in his first event. But my knowledge of being from his neck of the woods, pretty accomplished player. But again, right? Yeah, right. Do I have to keep saying what the theme of the weekend is? But right, accomplished players from their own neck of the woods who then get to evolve and come play against a lot of national players. But Jeff's got a lot of experience on the open circuit, the open tournament circuit, right? So Jeff's competed in different regionals and nationals, et cetera, et cetera. So definitely a player with experience. It's just a matter of being put into new spots and experiencing new things and new pressures. But from the sport of darts, the guy's been around.
I was about to say, you mentioned that he's wearing the Las Vegas Open jersey, which I had the opportunity to do commentary for that event back in January, and I distinctly remember him being on stream a couple of times and having some success. So we know that it's there. That being said, the average across the Q schools is around a 66. He's raised that up a little bit here, and he's going to have to raise it up more against Rick Allred.
Former Dart Players New York Tour champion, Tour event champion, I should say. I could hear Connor Martin, the actual tour winner, going, he's never won a tour. He's won a tour event.
Connor Martin would never, ever
he would never
do
point
anything
that out.
like that.
The 2-time tour champion? No. Golden boy.
He knows his exact tournament stats, I'm sure. As long as they're good. He'll tell you. I love Connor. I wish Connor was the type of player that now you want to talk about character. You'd love to see him in this type of environment and see how he would do.
Oh, I think he's being called out. I think the gauntlet just got thrown down for Connor Martin. But all right,
he knows it.
We move on. We get past the shenanigans.
How about this? David
East
Cameron.
Coast darts.
Looking around the room here real quick. Brandon Goddard, one of the names I said. He is now currently up on David Cameron 3-2. Oh, great dart. Double 18. Is that blocked? I only thought it was just a little bit awkward based on when he had tops left last go around.
Continuing updates from the floor. Jeff Springer takes out Stowe Bunce. We saw Bunce lift the trophy in weekend 2.
Oh, 36. This would be a huge break of throw from Steinberg. And great moments come from great opportunities, and Steinberg has himself a great moment. 2-1 lead, a break of throw, and a little do-si-do. He won his first leg in CDC history in the last one. Now, first break of throw, and now he's got himself a lead. Throwing for some separation with a 9-point difference on the average. AE,
I think
keep going around the room.
I think the adrenaline was pumping a for Jeff.
That's exactly how it
thrilled
followed
right at the big out. He didn't even realize he was back at the line to open up leg 4. I think that's about it from the tournament.
That's a huge one.
Tournament floor, but yeah, Jeff Springer's taken out Stowe Bunce, your number 1 seed.
And did you see his outfit today from Stowe? There's Neon Nightmare, and then there's Neon Terror Nightmare, and it is wonderful. His outfit is about as colorful I've ever seen him in an outfit.
And we missed something obvious. We did right. Jeff Springer was unseeded as well, so we've done a lot of talking about unseeded threats. Jeff Springer
was definitely
one of
the
biggest ones out there, and and the unseeded Jeff Springer takes out the 1 seed Stoll Bunts.
I like this view here. We get to see if the players, the side view. New little view. You can see just the nonchalant.
Well, we like form. We like
Yeah.
to see, you know.
Just takes it straight back and straight through. Textbook. And you'll see Steinberg a little bit different on the follow through. Kind of comes across a little snatchy.
Gitchy up.
Gitchy's one of my favorite dart terms.
But then right away,
Yep.
that second dart was completely different.
Yep. And, ladies and gentlemen, that's where you're going to see consistency versus not consistency amongst players. At some point this weekend, I can almost guarantee you we're going to get a view of Alex Spellman with that view, and you'll see just how consistent a throw can be. As long as he's not trying one of his 8 different types of throws, if he's getting a little crazy, he'll start doing that, but he'll take it back to the exact same point every single time. It's honestly impressive to see those players kind of diagnose their own throws from time to time too.
Since he's come up a few times, I am curious to see what form and mindset Alex Spellman is in coming off a big, our sort of, I don't know what the term would be, contemporaries there with the bull shooter and the soft tip realm. A big event just took place.
That's in the circle of the 20.
Uh-oh.
It was a good marker at the end of the day. 2-2 scoreline and a break a throw right back for All Red.
Gets that back. So since I started the thought to finish it up, Spellman just was looking to defend the title for the 3rd year in a row, was unsuccessful. A big event, big mindset. So let's see. I know, disappointed in his game.
84.5 in the first match against Michael Wynn. Did win 5-1.
Okay.
But yes, you're exactly right, and it's one of those situations with him. It's been about the last month. I saw him in Nashville last weekend. The first thing he said to me is, "Oh, I don't suck anymore." I'm like, "Oh, that's good." So going into Nashville, he was expecting to have, I think, a lot more success than he ended up having in Nashville. He started to I think, struggle a little bit with the game, kind of in that live setting. And I know that probably did not help him as much in the Bullshooter Invitational that he is the 2-time defending champion in. But, well, not anymore. Former 2-time champion. Congratulations to Randy Fern for winning that and also becoming the only person to play in all 3 on ESPN. But, yeah, I'm also interested to see how Spellman does, how he just continues to fight his consistency a little bit. And if he can figure it out to where his C game is good enough to win, and maybe even win events, because it can be, that'll be interesting to see this weekend, because he mentioned it in his own post. There's a lot of pressure on him to try and salvage his season starting this weekend. All Red's been very impressive on stream. Very impressive.
And I think that there's a lot of potential there.
Yep. Yeah, his first 9 average in that first match was a 97, which is up there with the best of them. That might have been 5th or 6th overall.
Rick's was?
Yeah, on 97.
Okay.
And then his actual average was a 74 in that first match. So that's all those doubles.
Sure, exactly, and that's goes to that scoring that you've pointed out.
But eventually those putts go in, AE.
They do, right?
I just love giving you golf.
The golf stuff. Yeah, you're killing me weekend too with golf. I've got to get up to speed on my golf parlance.
Double 10, but he does the right thing, throws it on the outside, and he knows he'll return. Steinberg has definitely fallen off with the scoring. But finding it right back in. All right, All Red. Now starting to chase a little bit more than he wanted to. But he pins it on dart 3. is pretty aggressive with that third dart, but it goes in. Takes a 3-2 lead now. Back on throw completely. And if you're Steinberg, you're 18 points down on the average, and you're only down one leg, and we're right on throw.
Perspective, right?
Yep. Now, the other side of that is if you're Steinberg, you're like, right now I can't hit a single treble to save my life, so that's not going to matter if I don't start doing that soon.
But that's what we would be thinking, and
Yep.
that's why we've got a microphone
Exactly.
on. He's on the Aki at a different level, and you obviously the goal would be playing in this type of environment not to have that stuff in your head, right? Keep it positive, keep the perspective of, just like you said, honestly, it all goes out the window.
Yep.
It's leg 6, and I'm on throw.
Yep.
So, all good.
And I will say, no matter what for Steinberg, he could be shooting a 100 average right now. He could be shooting a 40 average right now, and his demeanor has stayed 100% consistent the entire time through. Whether he's winning legs, whether he's way behind in legs, he hasn't shaken his head once. I haven't seen any negative body language. He just is doing the exact same thing, exact same pace every single 3 darts.
Sure, those are other attributes that you want to keep track of, right?
Great first dart. And you know me, I'm a huge fan of the 305 starting on the 20s instead of the 18s. I think that just makes more sense at the end of the day because you're almost looking to miss that first dart on the 18s if you're shooting at it, in which case just throw a fat 18 on the first dart if you're going to do that.
Yeah, is like psychologically, subversively, is that like you're almost admitting that I'm probably going to hit a single, right?
And if you hit a treble, now you need to hit 2 more trebles, and so you just find yourself in a terrible position. Or if you start on the 20s, or if you start on the bull, even on 305. Get that 25 out of the way first, and you know what you're doing from there.
Update on our Stream 2 coverage. We have moved into the last 32 phase. Currently a clash between Jim Long and Sean Mitchell. So if you want more darts action on top of the feature board that you're watching with us, you can pull up the Stream 2 coverage on PDC and Facebook. So we've got a nice crew of players left there: Long, Mitchell, Womack, Romero. So good dart action on Stream 2.
And that's coast to coast with those 4 players, too. Anthony Romero, Sean Mitchell, that's East Coast, West Coast.
Yeah.
You got Canada in there with Long and
two Easterners playing, and the other side is 2 Westerners. So
good stuff.
Good darts there. Good darts all around. Check out all the bracket coverage on dartconnect.com, of course. You can see the bracket and the results, and like Sean has said, Steinberg. So we got 43 remaining.
Tops to stay on throw. And he does it. Big dart.
Pins 93. All knotted at 3 apiece. Back on throw. So now it's 2 out of 3. You get 6 warm-up legs, right?
Absolutely, and that's another bounce out for Allred. It's already his 4th or 5th.
But
2 trebles will work.
117. I was going to say, who needs 3 darts?
That's still a maximum.
A 2-dart maximum from Rick Allred. Well, okay, since you're going to bring that up, I can see it's Callan Ridds. Callan Ridds about 3 months ago broke a point in a Pro Tour event. He was down, whatever it was. The other opponent only needed 1 leg. But he almost won a leg because every turn was like 120.
Yep.
It was 120s or 80s with 2 darts, and I think he had 101 left, and he tried going 17 for a bull.
That's so crazy.
I think he wound up on like double 12 and didn't get a chance.
And that had to be one of the most fun moments of for him just
I
to
don't
even
know.
Try it, I guess.
On
it wasn't
retrospect,
funny at start, I'm sure.
yeah. on retrospect that he was able to sort of like accomplish that. It makes it notable, but come on, man, have extra darts in your case. I think was the big story out of it.
I still think I just want to see at some point the 3 treble 20s, the 3 treble 19s, and then the bullseye 9-darter.
I mean, talking about a brass set there. Yeah, that's the way you want to see somebody go. I mean, the old school, what was called the perfect 9-darter was, 167, 167, 167 all the way through. So triple 20, triple 19 bull in 3 consecutive turns. Bobby George sort of set the gauntlet that down for people, and has yet to be accomplished. So, I mean, the chutzpah it would take to go, either route, but your route.
It's a menage a trois times 3.
But boy, oh boy, imagine that. You pull that off and you're sitting at 150 and we're going to go for it.
And then just know you're going to go for it.
Well, that's what I mean. There's some players that know they're going to go for it. Most, the 9-darter that wasn't hit by Peter Manley at the I think it was a match play. He got himself down to 90 left. He had 7 perfect darts, and he went bull. No, he went tops. He hit tops to leave bull to finish the 9-darter. This was before Phil Taylor had done it, if I'm not mistaken. So
that was 57 on the floor there. So for 4-3. Oh, that's an awkward one. He hit it. He got it in. He took out the other dart and pinned it. Wow, that's impressive.
Holy macaroni.
It's a 4-3 scoreline.
This is where we need to set up a GoFundMe so you can
That was awesome.
So we can have a production budget of $100,000 in an event, and we can have a super duper fancy production truck and have a replay, and boom, you would have been able to analyze that. But as it is, nope. Go see the YouTube replay. But
right now, Will is furious because he has replay option, and he just didn't probably do it.
But yeah, that's going to be a curious one to go see. My mind goes to that's the 4th turn that Rick's had darts kind of react like that. I'm so intrigued by that. Same exact area of the board, and they just sort of like deflect in the same fashion.
And right now, All Red kind of staying consistent on that doubles percentage is not good. 29% right now. He will, again, if he ends up getting through this match, he will need to pick that up. He will not get that many opportunities at a double against Doug Boehm or Adam Savvada. I can guarantee you that. Especially when it jumps to a race to 6 in the next round, too. So here we go. Last 32 match. Jeffrey Steinberg, Rick Allred, 4-3 scoreline in favor of Allred.
Mm-hmm.
Has effectively stolen the throw from Steinberg in this leg. We'll see. I know I said it last time and it threw you off, but there's just a little bit too much marching from Steinberg.
Too much marching?
Yeah, a little left, right, left.
Okay, all right. I think you blindsided me with that one in weekend 2. All right, now we've got a new drinking game. Let's see if you can get Eugenia in future weekends. Man, that one hit me like a rake right in the face.
Well, it makes sense once you understand.
Yes,
the
it
tournament.
does. Yes, it does. Bring it down the house, Sean Green.
Oh, I'm sure I stole that from someone.
All the great lines
who.
are stolen,
Yeah.
so except by Carlos Mencia. Look it up.
Man, even the good darts end up becoming a little bit unlucky. Allred has a lot of darts from this. Is he going to go the tops route again? He is. And he has yet to find a marker, I think, in those 20s that has not fallen out of that board. Even Steinberg has a bounce out in this one, and those Winmore Blade 6s, absolute top of the line dartboard. We don't see that very often out of those boards, so I'm just curious what might be the issue there.
There's always homework to be had, right? To go home. So Rick Allred's homework's going to be put a work on a marker dart for tops, right? And then leave a dart in there and work on acknowledging that marker and using it as a guide.
I think it happens also sometimes for Allred when he's trying to kind of flip it over the other dart, where he's kind of having that happen.
Mm-hmm.
And I also get it from Steinberg a little bit. He throws a little bit more of a loopier dart with a little less oomph in the follow through. Oh, double 7, sorry. And he's going to come back with 7. This is music to Steinberg's ears, if McHargue was announcing that. Which he did make a statement right at the beginning when he was talking to Irene. Said, I'm not going to announce anything or anything. So we knew what to expect. 88 left.
Jeff doing his gazintas.
Yeah, you should switch just in case.
45. 43.
Double 2. And this is why you do that just in case. Because if this goes, that's the smartest move you've ever
Put yourself in position, right? Just in case and no case. We got to put a triple in here. All right, so Rick comes through. A little bit house money, right? It's off throw. Jeff's still over 100. Double 2. Boom, we win the match.
And it
4-3.
goes in. He wins it 5-3. Rick Allred does defeat Jeffrey Steinberg. At the end of the day, the average was definitely not what he was looking for. He was given opportunities, and Allred made the most of all of his. He will, again, have to tighten that up, though, because our next top 32 match that we're getting on stream here features two very, very, very heavy hitters in Doug Boehm and Adam Savvada.
Yeah, Rick Allred moves into a position. He's playing for a board final.
Yep. For the first time in his CDC history.
Big progress, you know.
That's awesome.
Coming into the day, Rick was excited to get an opportunity to be on that feature board. So 2 wins under his belt, sitting at the board final stage, and from his perspective, he couldn't be asking for more than that. Go hit the practice board a little bit, tighten things up, because the challenges just increase. And as Sean just said, we got Boehm and Savvada, 2 heavy hitters. Doug looked real solid through his really back and forth match with Snook, with both players playing in the 90s, and Boehm just stayed in that consistent realm of mid 90s. And then we saw Savvada, who 5-1 over Chris McHargue.
Yep.
Solid, and had just spurts of just brilliance, literally, of 110 averages, and eventually landed in the high 90s. So big scoring affair is expected in the next match. That's the last 32 stage of Boehm and Savvada. So what do you got over there? I see you looking at your leaderboard. So give us a couple of leaderboard blurbs, because we're going to stay with you folks until that Boehm Savvada match is ready, right?
Yeah, here at the A to Z Darts Trophy.
Yep. I'll pull up the floor, so you give us some sort of like leaderboard stuff.
Yeah, so Adam Savvada right now is number 2 in the average for this event. In the first round, he averaged 93, almost 94, with 101 first 9 average. He had 1,400-plus turns and 8 140-plus turns, which is huge when you think about Rick Allred has now played 2 matches, and he has only 8 140 turns, and he's been scoring well. His scoring power has been pretty good, so that tells you just kind of how advanced that is. Dougie Boehm, 97 first 9 average, a 92 overall. His finishing was what not really let him down at all. He just had lower finishing options, because after 12 darts every time he was sitting there on 40 or whatever. But the 1,700-plus turns from Doug Boehm is what we're going to see consistently out of him. It's going to be a battle of who's going to be more consistent and who's going to be able to take those advantages at those checkouts first. It's the
I think
right
the margins are going to be real small. All right, we're going to take a peek in. We're going to talk over this. We'll give you an idea of what's going on, but this is a match that's just getting underway. This is Board 2 bonus coverage. So just as preemptively let you know, we'll get into Board 2 coverage, but we're going to cut away as soon as the feature board is ready to go. But you've got Womack and Romero, and I'll give you a little perspective. Let's Womack,
the highest first line average so far in that first round match. He had 103 first 9 average, which is huge.
Yep. The group that's playing on Stream 2 is Group 8. There were 8 groups that were drawn. So we'll finish up with them. So let me give you a group-by-group perspective, right, of what's going on out on. So Group 1 out there, boys can leave that coverage up if you want. Unless we've got our players ready to go, you can leave that up there. All right, indeed we do have those players. So while these guys start warming up, so in Group 1, we're at a group final. You've got Springer taking on McMillan. So pretty tasty matchup there in that Springer took out the 1 seed in bunts. Let's see, McMillan's Georgeson Humphreys. So exciting matchup there in Group 1 in Springer and McMillan. McMillan was a 16 seed. So now into Group 2. Group 2 is actually the feature board that we've got here. So obviously we've talked about that. Savvada and Bame taking on All Red as we progress.
Brandon Goddard did defeat David Cameron, by the way.
Okay, I'm getting there.
So the number 2 seed's out.
That's right. Yeah. Well, I was going to go through all 8 groups.
Go through them all. I just saw that one, got excited.
So Group 3. All right. So we've got our first player in the quarterfinals. Leonard Gates takes that group, beating Jack Robinson on the board. Notables on that board. We saw John Part taken out by Hossie Hicks. So Leonard Gates is your Group 3 winner, if you will. All right, so each group has a winner that advances to the quarters. So that's Gates.
Well, he's only up 4-0 on Jack Robinson right now.
I apologize.
No, that's right.
Thanks for catching that.
You're good.
Thanks for catching that. So in a commanding lead, so you expect Gates to hold on to that and take that Group 3. Thanks for catching that. Moving down quickly to Group 4. Jacob Taylor is sitting there waiting on the winner of Lenore Caldwell. So that's your Group 4 scenario. Group 5, as Sean told us, Brandon Goddard took out the number 2 seed. So
outside.
Right, weekend 2, we saw seeds falling in the first event. We're seeing them today. So your top 2 seeds out. Goddard awaits Warnock Edmonds in Group 5. Group 6, Dave Richardson. We've talked about the real potential of Richardson to come out of a group that has a lot of opportunities with those 2 seeds already out, right? So Richard going to take on the winner of Holt Leedy. That's just getting underway. Leedy jumping out to a 2-0 lead.
Yep.
Group 7, the aforementioned Alex Spellman, right? We wanted to really see Spellman, a 1 seed for quite a while here, dropping to the 3 coming into this weekend. He's at your group final stage, so he's going to take on Anthony Ciancalo, a local lad, in the group final. So might be a day and an event to see Spellman going pretty far. Let's keep tabs on him. Okay, then in your last group, Group A, is the group that's been selected for that Stream 2. Jim Long awaiting the winner of Womack Romero to get your Group 8 winner. So I know there was a lot there. Just keep tabs on those names, and that's the road that we're on for today's final of the A to Z Darts Trophy. You can see all of those games at dartconnect.com.
Well, Jeff Good's going to give us the match call here for this last top 32 matchup. Race to 5, and this one's going to be a sprint.
All right, and we expect to be breathless throughout this game, so let me lose a little bit of oxygen that I do have to promo we're proud to bring you the next episode of Shooting the Bull, the official podcast of the CDC, Thursday, August 15, 9 o'clock Eastern. Join me and our contributors for the next great episode.
100.
And that's a 180 for Doug Bain. Boom goes the dynamite to get us started. You can't start off with a better bang than that. And
140.
140 there from Savvada to match. Doug finds a great dart. He's almost... Yeah, he's going to be very,
95.
very annoyed by that 95 after that first dart hit. But not too annoyed because he's already effectively stolen the throw.
58.
You saw Doug and Indy and weekend number 1 continue just to raise his game as the tournament went on, to where in the semifinals he was averaging in the
100.
high 90s, and by the finals his losing average was 102, the highest losing average. You can see Savvada even comfortable enough on stream to ask Mr. Steinberg to just scoot over a little bit.
Sure. Resolve an issue and move on, right?
Yep.
That comes with poise and experience, keeping your head, your wits about you while others may be losing theirs.
Yeah, 69 left there for Bame. He did not have to shoot at the 126 checkout with the 19 route. So just trying to set himself up nicely. Does come back with tops. Savvada on 188. Going to try and leave 8.
140.
Almost did that. But Bame to break the throw right away. This would be a 13 dart break potential. And he gets it in
Second
14. Doug Bame attacks first. He will pivot and go right back to the line here. And again, you're seeing him find that treble. He's finding that range early.
100.
We saw that out of Savvada in the first match that he played on stream. And we're finding it again here. It's just a perfect dart for a 180. That's unlucky 140.
Right over that. Yeah, right? Solid. And not disappointing early doors. I mean, mid-second leg, but I'd rather them
45.
right give us good darts and good numbers right out of the gate, and we expect this to stay at this standard.
Yeah, it's one of those matches between these
100.
two gentlemen. As long as one of them is on fire, the other one will be on fire too. The only way this goes south at all is if both players fire in C games for a long period of time.
100.
And we
Don't expect that.
highly don't anticipate that.
Looking around the room at the other top 16 matches going on
44.
currently. Alex Bellman up 1-0 on Anthony Chancolo. And Jake McMillan, Jeff Springer tied 2 apiece. Top 32 matches going on. Joey Linall up 2-1 on Chris Caldwell.
45.
Jared Leedy, Dustin Holt now tied 2 apiece after Leedy jumped out to a 2-0 lead there. Jacob Womack 2-1, now 2-2. Anthony Romero. That is our second streaming board featured match. And then Steve Warnock up 3-2 on Kylie Edmonds.
99.
And of course, Leonard Gates is your first quarterfinalist. You knew that ahead of time. Defeated Jack Robinson 6-0 with a 92 average.
Well, we don't want to make any assumptions, even with a solid lead, but still, we know a tough competitor in Gates.
59.
Already a winner on the circuit this year.
He did make the finals on ESPN yesterday as well for the Softa tournament, and he did very well in Music City the last couple of days.
And
He's coming in form.
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll see him here on our feature board to open up
82.
Sunday. So if you're a Gates fan, mark that down. And who's he playing? Oh, no, it's your girl.
Oh, absolutely. Clayana Brandon.
Yeah.
So it'll be Jason Brandon's daughter getting a fantastic draw with an informed Leonard Gates there in the first round.
So we've got more great stuff for you
96.
Sunday morning
to break right back. And that's
First start.
what you got to do in this situation. 1-1 score line. Break followed by break. Bame did have that outside look at the 156. Unable to do much with that, and Savvada right back in the treble 20.
180.
And that's a 180 from Adam Savvada.
180, says Jeff Steinberg, succinctly.
Actually, that's not a bad call of it.
No, that was 180. I like that.
100.
You always try to think of different ways that you could possibly do that, and they've all been done, it seems like, at this point. So to come up with a kind of a new one is always a win. He sure did ruin that 9-darter, though.
You and I need to we'll pull up the thesaurus and come up with and hit Google Translate and see how many languages we can say 180, and I think that's our next route.
There you go.
57.
180?
I was thinking Spanish too. I was trying to come up with it. 68.
It'll be 80 because that's 80.
I'm not trying for real. I'm just trying to find syllables that would sound like fun that I could scream. If you want to find out what language, hit the SAP button on your broadcast.
140.
Man. So far. Gentlemen still firing on a lot of cylinders here. Another treble needed from Savvada. And now
45.
An opening for Bame to potentially break right back. The throw's his. Was. Oh, great last start.
82.
And another thing we've sort of had this weekend, these players, again, have not played against each other on CDC Aki. So pretty interesting that we haven't had players clash yet on our feature board anyway
56.
that have extensive histories. So
I'm going to start on the 18s. Oh, that's still on. Treble 20. Would have left the bullseye. 105 remains. So options on how he sets it up. Yep. Utilizes the bull there, but Savvada, an outside shot here, this 152. And, man, I have a weird feeling he's going to get a shot at this double 16 at least. Well, and then he threw his worst dart. No, I'm just kidding. Not his worst dart, but not one that he wanted to throw there.
100.
So Bame looks at 80. Pretty crisp so far for these guys on their doubling. As I put the jinx on him.
And he does hit it. Dougie Bame breaks again. That one, an 18 dart break a throw, which is also known as a gift from Adam Savvada.
But still solid. Yep. He's hit 2 doubles and 3 looks is Bame, and Savvada pinned his right away. So the scoring is taking a dip, but a lot of match to go. I would anticipate
the winning average has to be well above 90 in this match. It's going to be my guess.
Gun to my head,
You
yes.
good with that?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
$85.
Yeah, Doug was not happy with that first dart or second.
81. 58.
Let's give a good moment to give a huge shout out to the players that do the scoring for us on our streaming board. I always think that is one of the most nerve-wracking jobs that you can do in a dart tournament. It almost is a
85.
penalty of losing a match, is that you have to then know math for the next match.
Mm-hmm.
And so huge shout out to our players for doing that on our streaming board.
135.
I know I couldn't.
Yeah, things need to get run, right?
Yeah.
And they need to get organized.
87.
And you wish we had a stable of authorized scorekeepers, but that comes with time. And even the PDC didn't have that for 20-plus years, to be quite honest with you. That was a late development.
180.
That's 180 sternly and firmly, says Jeff Steinberg.
And
I like
again, it needs to be a ton-plus checkout, or else probably a break a throw.
that. One more for double 16. Nope. Doug didn't like the
73.
feel of that second dart.
48. 45. 83. Yep. Thank you.
Score correction there.
Yep.
So 43 for Savvada to square things up at 2 apiece.
A good marker for double 8. And he pins it. Break right back. 2-2. We've had only breaks a
Third
throw.
dart.
Sometimes it goes like that, right? 2-2.
That one a 15-dart break. I'd say most of the time you don't see 90 averages
60.
between both players with all break a throws. Usually it's like 75 and
Yeah,
74.
it's a little
and
weird.
Struggle on the
Yeah.
doubles. Their doubles have been pretty good.
And I doubt they're tracking that, but it's sort of like
40.
Adam didn't open up well. So it's like we as the viewer get to see that it is starting not the advantage, but from the player's perspective, like a leg goes away, it's history. Give me the start.
92.
I don't know. I feel like every time they break the throw and then don't hold their throw the next time, they're frustrated.
Oh, I'm sure they are in that moment, right?
Yeah.
Because those whistles, I'm sure, go off in your head that, hey, yeah, I just put the double in. I'm walking right to the line, so I just threw. I can get to I get to punish them here.
25.
And when I can't close the deal, there's frustration in that, right?
You're exactly right.
96.
96 there. And you saw Doug switch off that first start, but he actually likes his throw when that first start is a little bit above the treble on the 20, because that means he's throwing it aggressively and well.
Mm-hmm.
When he starts throwing it below that
100.
wire, that's him struggling with his throw, even though it sets up better for the way his darts lay. It's kind of a little interesting tidbit about Doug's darts. And that was Doug's Darts Facts,
95.
our new segment here.
Doug's Darts Corner. Doug's Darts Dugout. We're building a show. Now we need a sponsor.
103 is going to look down. 57 scored there.
78.
Big Fish not going to go for Bame. So this now an actual opportunity for Savvada to hold his throw.
55.
The first real one of these we've had.
Sort of break that cycle a little bit.
Yep. Going to be 2 darts at 32. And he only needs one of them.
Second dart.
3-2 lead now for Savvada on throw. First to 5 legs.
Yeah, they've disappointed from the expectations that we set on them from a scoring perspective, but they certainly have not in their doubling. They've both been crisp and taken it in pretty tight fashion on
96.
both sides.
Yeah, Bame is 50% and Savvada is now 75% on the doubles. He's 60% on the doubles. That's what I meant.
Exactly.
82.
It's 75. I don't know why I doubted myself after the first time. You see that first start dropping low for Bame.
55.
And you're seeing that the scoring is just not as there from these players as the first time through, but they're picking it up with their finishing, that's for sure.
Two things come to mind.
Yep.
For me is the tension of the match a little bit. Like, obviously
49.
both guys coming in, they get their W's, know how they played, but they also knew how their respective opponent in this match played, right? So they're coming in going like, I've got to bring it because the other
Absolutely.
guy. So they're both a little tense in there. And then it's
1.
and so they're both a little tight, not scoring, but I would suspect if we get on a roll with one guy, the other one will quickly respond, if that makes any sense.
Absolutely.
They'll respond to the push.
100.
All right, so Bame after 9 on 225 is going to get 6 starts from here.
$58.
Oh, I'm surprised by that switch from Savvada. And now and that's why I'm surprised by that switch from Savvada. Even with the treble hit on the 18s, does not leave a finish. Is Dougie going to go for it? Oh, is Dougie going to go for it? Bullseye. Oh, he stopped himself.
He's going to go for it, though. No,
Nope.
Eyes up, 18s.
Sensible.
Eyes up,
32
18s. Come fresh and clean to a double to square the match up, right?
Would you agree if it was 3-2 the other way, he shoots at it?
Yes, I was. That's where I was going to go with it as well. I think score line had something to do with that decision, right?
140.
So he gives himself 3 darts at a double here. And he only needed 1.
Only one, so the
Yep.
scoring stays crisp. But quiet. No, I shouldn't say quietly, but like we're watching Doug, but Savvada there is sitting on 38, right?
Yep.
So he was like, "Okay, you wanted to lay up there. I'm not going to make it easy on you. I'm going to breathe down your neck."
Just like the Reaper always does.
Oh boy.
43.
I saw something on Facebook. It was like, why is everyone getting on the Reaper? He's just escorting you to the afterlife. Don't you want to not go alone?
Well, not when he's holding the scythe in his hand.
100.
And if that was the case, shouldn't it be just like some friendly face? Like,
a little
hey,
more
I'm
accommodating.
so sorry
and nice.
that you passed
Maybe
away. Let's go on over.
Basket of donuts or something.
100.
But I guess if he's protecting you there, you probably don't want a friendly face doing it.
$43.
Savvada switching to the 18s. I like that switch.
128.
Nice and clean there. Finds the 2 trebles. If you remember what I said about Doug's darts earlier, those first 2 darts below the treble is not a good sign for how his darts feel in the moment.
60.
That was the cleanest 60 I've ever seen in my life. Doug needs 2 trebles. It's going to be on a transfer. He's not going to do it. So Savvada does not need to shoot this 170. If the first 2 trebles go in, we might as well. Opponent's not on a finish.
It would be his turn to decision make. But now, right, just cut it down.
81.
Ideally, you don't leave 89. You leave something a little bit cleaner than that, but that'll work.
Still a 2-darter, right?
Yep.
With, again, perspective. Big tie-breaking leg, momentum swinging leg 7.
140.
A little bit of tap on the shoulder there from Bame. Might only be a dart at the bull. It is a dart at the bullseye. Oh,
25
and
left.
he's on the outside, so Bame 112. See where he starts. Great darts. He'll get a dart at it. 32. To break and take the lead. To throw with the match.
96.
You didn't need my commentary there. You had his.
Sometimes the pictures speak for themselves.
Adam just going to try and clean it up. Double 8. Big dart.
17 scored.
I bet when that released his hand, he thought he busted it.
Yeah, he knew how tight that was.
Mhm.
Yeah, he got lucky.
I can tell you the man that Doug Bame is homaging there with his shirt didn't really give away too many opportunities that were given to him. And he doesn't right there. Takes the 4-3 lead.
Comes out on top of nervy leg 7.
He's throwing for the match.
And that's what made that leg all the more important, right? Either way, one of them were going to be sitting on the precipice of advancing of a really tough last 32 match. Look at him filling it up.
140.
Over on stream 2, we're at the board final, group final, if you will. Jim Long's going to take on Jake Womack. So there's a little pause in the action over on stream 2. They'll get underway
60.
there in a few minutes, and we've got Rick Allred going to take on the winner of this match. We'll step away just for a little bit and then come back with our group final. And then we get to treat everybody. Make sure you stay with us for the rest of the day. You'll get quarterfinal, some new players coming in,
65.
quarterfinals, right, on both streams.
Yep.
Both semifinals, and then we're proud to bring you the final of the A to Z Darts Trophy right here on our feature board.
94.
Yeah, and you see the attack mode there. Doug with the darts. Out in front. By about a treble. And that'll help.
$100.
All right. Savvada, 180 leaves 167. 180 leaves 167. Oh, after that first start right there on
You
the
had
bottom
to-
wire.
You have to keep going.
Man, it looked good.
125.
The setup play from both players has been a kind of a problem with their scoring average in general. You're seeing it do it exact same way there. Only 46. Only leaves 150. Savvada, big opportunity now. Needs 2 trebles, but 2 trebles puts a huge amount of pressure on.
It does. It would have left them a 2 dart opportunity.
You got to
out,
switch.
But not, right? 182 down to, okay.
58.
Not sure, but I'm going to doubt we're going to get a bullseye look here.
No.
$40.
164 to break and take us to the last league decider. This would be huge. Treble 18. You know that dart had to feel good, too, when it left his hand.
80.
But only 40 from Doug. Oh, my.
So again, we
Real
just,
mess of it.
just like the end of the last leg, right? Things
68.
we saw them open up pretty smooth. Either player took kind of command of each of those first 6 legs, and
Yep.
so that last leg they went back and forth. Both missed some doubles, and they're both going to have looks at doubles in this leg.
This double 12 is huge.
60.
Might as well have been a match dart because Doug's going to get 3 of them now. And he hits it. Doug
start.
Bain, 5-3 victory over Adam Savvada. And he will move on to take on Rick Allred in a last 16 bout that we're going to have here, the A to Z Darts Trophy.
Yep. Before we go, if I may,
100%.
Sean, let's give like a perspective of,
Yep.
We'll come back and give you our group finals match, but let's look through the tournament and give you some idea of who's out there, who's yet to come on our features. So Jeff Springer took that first group, 6-2 over Jake McMillan. So he's in the quarterfinals. We will see the Group 2 final, Allred and Bame. Leonard Gates did indeed take Group 3, so he's in the quarters. Jacob Taylor is underway against Joey Lenaw for Group 4. Goddard and Warnock playing for 5. Richardson, Leedy playing for 6. And Alex Spellman is through Group 7, sitting in the quarterfinals. Long and Womack underway playing for Group 8. So Springer, Gates, Spellman booked their place in the quarterfinals. More big names coming up.
We'll be right back with that and more from the A to Z Darts Trophy right after this.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
Hitcore is the streaming entertainment alternative. Live concerts and comedy? Hitcore has it. Premium high-def audio and video? Hitcore has it. A customizable entertainment experience? Hitcore has that as well. No app? No problem. Set up an account. Decide what you want to watch, buy it, then press play. It's that easy. Hitcore is live and on demand 24/7. Hitcore, where every live event becomes your experience.
Hello again, I'm Sean Green, your play-by-play commentator for this board final of the A to Z Darts Trophy between number 9 seed, no-name Doug Bame, taking on the Virginia Beach native, Rick Allred. I'm joined once again by the amazing Anthony Eugenia. AE, we got a first-time top 16 competitor.
Sure.
And Rick
In
Allred
Allred,
taking on,
right? Yep.
And Rick Allred taking on the
Former CDC Continental Cup runner-up,
Yep.
Doug Boehm.
Yep.
So some experience in Boehm from a CDC perspective, and Allred making his name. But I got a chance to speak to Rick before we started, sort of get his background, and he was excited to be on the feature board. He had been on Stream 2 earlier this year, so he wanted to make a good impression, make some strides in the CDC. And so, 2 wins, some good scoring. I'd say, somewhat mission accomplished. This is a next big task, right, to win a group.
Yeah, this is the one small step for Rick. If he wins this one, maybe it's a giant leap.
It really
for
is.
Rick
Well,
Kine.
I mean, when you get into the geeky part of bracketology, yeah, you do break these things down, right? You're drawn into a group, and your first part is to win your group, and then to win your quad, and so on and so forth. So set goals and hurdles, and Rick being a former top level ball player,
Yep.
Derailed, if you will, by injury on a burgeoning Major League Baseball career, but that's got to do you well in terms of demeanor and the ability to rely on past experiences of competition, right? Competition is competition, regardless of the arena.
So here we go. Rick Allred getting the start. Pinned the bowl in the first dart of the diddle. We've seen Boehm win it with scoring power. We've seen him win it with finishing power. Allred, we've seen he needs a few darts at double at this point. So can he get that to continue? One thing that he cannot really let up on is his scoring power. Rick's first line average still 92.5, which is still top quality.
Sets the tone of what we saw from him from the outset of pretty reliable scoring. And it comes down to that bugaboo of this sport is your finishing, right? Quick reset on what's going out there. When
Please.
we last left you, we gave you, no new players in the quarters yet, but, the battles that are going on out there. Richardson ahead in his last 16. Joey Lanaugh above, out in front of Jacob Taylor 5-2. And Jim Long on Stream 2 ahead 3-2 on Womack. And Goddard continuing an impressive day. He's ahead of Steve Warnack, the 15 seed in Group 5. So some last 16 matches there to help us round out the quarterfinals. Already in the quarters, Springer, Gates, and Spellman. So still a lot of interesting things to be had here at the A to Z Darts Trophy. Give you a little preview. Our next matchup will be a quarterfinal, and as we teased, we'll sort of like be able to pluck from a different part of the bracket. We will see Leonard Gates up next on the featured board. So Leonard Gates is going to take on the winner of Jacob Taylor and Joey Lanaugh. So as we touched on, Lanaugh is ahead in that matchup. So that is going to be the next action we'll bring to you here on our feature board.
Sounds good. Boehm for a 1-0 lead and a break a throw, and that was not close to the double where he was shooting. So Allred's going to get 3 at 32. And he pins double 8. Holds his throw, takes a 1-0 lead on Boehm.
Definitely a good, from the Allred camp, definitely a good opening. Like, not only just to win it, but pretty solid on the doubles there, right? Recover from a first missed double, scored well, and, obviously coming in, watching the other sort of side of the group, being, you know, a little more high scoring. So far so good for Rick Allred.
And then on the reverse side, Bame's average continues to kind of go down from where he kind of wants it to be. So the struggle bus kind of continues a little bit in that regard. But you're right, 3 clear darts at a double, pins the third one. That's a good start for Allred. And if he continues to do that, he gets 3 darts at a double and he continues to hit it, he'll be tough to beat. And if Doug falls into this of playing at Allred's kind of style and play, Allred can win this and maybe win this pretty handily if Doug's not careful. And you might get death stares from Savvada if that ends up being the case.
1-3-3
leaves the 1-3-2. Only 85 from Allred.
Just the deflection deterred him from 4 straight tons there. That was on course.
71, treble 13. Would have left 32. He'll come back with 58 if he comes back. But Allred, an outside look here at the 116. Treble 20, would have left 36. Instead, not a dart at it. So Doug should get 2 darts to double.
Yeah, and it's, you know, it's with Doug's throw, it's sort of, you know, he's in the driver's seat and he puts it away, but it's weird. Like, I don't know, from my perspective, you know, Rick scored so well at, you know, but Doug did just enough, and that 1-3-3 was the real, you know, drove him into position, and he cashed in on it, and we're squared at 1 apiece.
Well, that's more like it on the scoring power, and I bet Doug follows, at least. Nope. Man, that first start is landing so perfectly for Bame. I'm just surprised.
And a quick update, the number 5 seed, Jacob Taylor, is dispatched by Joey Lanaw. So Lanaw taking that last 16 match 6 legs to 3. So the match, the quarterfinal, will be on our feature board. Will be Leonard Gates and Joey Lanaw. And Gates, yep. No, Spellman's still around. So Spellman, the 3, and Gates, the 4, are in the tournament. The 1, 2, and 5 have been put out.
I'm not saying hanging out with me before a tournament is a lucky thing to do.
I think it always is, but go ahead.
2 of the 3 players that went to Putt Shack yesterday in our group of 5 are in this quarterfinal. And Jeff Springer and Joey Lanaw now.
Putt Shack.
And I came in last place pretty handily.
Rightly so. Those
Yeah.
are some good competitors there.
Yep. Also, it's just a game of luck for that. You don't need any skill for that game.
Golf.
Allred's going to come back with 167. And Doug would have liked to not leave a bogey. But he's not going to hate that.
Yeah, right. Rick doesn't do a lot with that opportunity to at least cut it in half with the way he scored today, but disappointing 24. So Bame, right? Bame looking to clean it up. Get that. What do we've got? 79 left. Is that 99 scored?
Yep.
Right. So a nice clean 60 puts a lot of pressure on that 1-4-3.
Trouble 17 would have left 32. So Doug, 2 clear to break early in this one. We do extend the format as well to a race to 6. Oh, and Doug does not take advantage. He missed in the big number tops. 1 dart needed and 1 dart hit. I thought he was going to hurt himself there with the first dart missing the big number, but 2-1 lead for Allred, holds his throw.
Well done right in the ship for Rick. He was 2 out of 3 on his doubles.
Bame's game has gotten so good, but I will say that the one thing that he'll do from time to time is kind of play to his opponent. You'll see when he averages in the 70s, it's probably mostly because his opponent averaged in the 70s.
That's a 180
Trying to
for
raise
no
that
name.
up. Yep. Good stuff from Bame. But it'd be something that I know he himself would want to fix. He doesn't want to only shoot a 102 in the final when he's playing against a 102 and lose
Certainly.
it 7-3.
Certainly, I've been a big proponent of that. I mean, I think that's a big skill, and sometimes it's very tough to do, to keep your game at a certain level when your opponent is not matching it, not pushing you. You know, I know that there's always talk about playing the board versus playing the player, and you know, I'm just recently on a PDC broadcast. I don't know if it was Wayne or someone else scoffed at the idea that you would ever you're always playing the player.
Really?
Yes. It was like you're a
Interesting from
fool
him.
if you think you're just playing the board. You always play the player, but you know, I know that there's different philosophies on that.
It doesn't matter who the player is. If you go out in 12 darts every time because that's your game that you're playing against yourself, that's.
But but inherently, I don't know. Is that, you know?
Yeah, it's true.
There you go. Doug Bame takes leg number 4.
14 darter. Just as soon as we start talking about his level going down, he raises it right back
Raises
up.
it up.
Little Josh Groban action from him.
I love non sequiturs. One of the very few people who enjoyed Dennis Miller on Monday Night Football. Give me a good Napoleon reference any day of the week.
I never actually got to see him on Monday Night Football, but I heard he was great.
That was fantastic.
But maybe a little bit too much.
Oh my God, 98.5% of the country were like, I don't know what he's talking about.
Great. Great first start from Bame. You can see the side profile. He kind of snaps through with his wrist. He doesn't extend his arm all the way out like you'll see a lot of those top players do, but the snap is to the same spot every time. Rick almost has a little bit of a throw that it's not nearly as consistent as a Luke Lidler, but it's almost that same motion, like kind of the way he takes it back. Almost turns it a little bit.
Yeah, that first, the way Rick's darts lay, that first one was a nice inviting dart for more.
Bame needs 2 trebles. So Allred has 6 from 156 to continue his throw. Stay on throw with a 3-2 lead. Another one of those. 36. Big 156 checkout from Rick Allred. That deserves a boom goes the dynamite. That might be the highest checkout we see on stream today.
We'll take a look at the Dart Connect leaderboard in a moment. I'll let you know where we stand with that. But Rick Allred holds his throw. 136 checkout. Halfway to what would be a quarterfinal appearance here at the A to Z Darts Trophy.
Anthony Shankolo has the highest checkout of 160.
160, all right.
But that was the second highest checkout and the highest on stream. That's unlucky. We've seen that now multiple times from his darts.
5 times at least, 5 turns with a real similar looking bounce out. Just sort of like, I don't know if that makes any sense. They seem to like go back in that same direction. Like they bounce back up and to the right, not fall out, not deflect down, but spring right back out from where they came. So real interesting deflections from Rick.
And let's talk about it. We said that he needed to improve his checkout percentage. He's at 60% currently, 3 out of 5.
And the scoring overall scoring number, which gets helped overall average with the doubling percentage, has increased. So
they've played chalk with each other in this leg so far. They're going to try and hit 419s to leave tops. Does exactly that. Just got a 156.
Whew.
He too will hit 96 to leave tops.
I realized I misspoke. I was setting the table before, and I said he took a 136. He did not. 156, and Doug Boehm.
16 darter.
Nice and tidy.
3-3.
Puts in double top.
We are halfway there.
And things have flown by on the tournament floor.
Give us an update, AE.
Yeah, this is the only last 16 match underway. So we've got the quarterfinals just about booked. So Jeff Springer is going to take on the winner of this match in quarterfinal 1. Quarterfinal 2, Leonard Gates, Joey Lenoir going to be on the feature board. Quarterfinal 3, Brandon Goddard versus Dave Richardson. Goddard looking to continue a very hot and successful day. And quarterfinal 4, Alex Spellman takes on the gentleman Jim Long. So you will see feature board, Gates, Lenoir, quarterfinal, and stream 2, Brandon Goddard, Dave Richardson. So very tasty quarterfinals on tap for the A to Z Darts Trophy here in Oak Brook Terrace outside of Chicago, Illinois.
I love it. And if Allred happens to win this, which is obviously very possible still, it could be two quarterfinals would be against 2 seeded players, and then 2 quarterfinals would be against 2 unseeded players, which would be really kind of fun.
And distributed nicely all through the bracket,
Yep.
So you could wind up in the semis.
It would guarantee
A seed, non-seed,
Yep,
both
semifinal.
semi. Correct.
Yep. Now Doug Boehm's going to try and spoil that here. It's a 1-2-1. And this is a break-a-throw opportunity and a big one for him. That barring anything insane happening, he should be able to do that. 32. And he does pin it on dart 3. Takes a 4-3 lead, and he'll do his little turnaround. Times that break-a-throw perfectly. And has sneakily got his average up to about 90. That was a 14 dart break. Sorry, 15 dart break-a-throw from Boehm. Man, Rick is just, he continues to stay just steady in those 20s.
Good cover from Rick Allred going downstairs.
Yeah, and Doug's just trying to get some 2 trouble visits in there. Because right now, was the best looking 55 I've seen in a while. But All Red's going to have a big opportunity now. The throw is his if he wants it. Needs at least a big trouble. Not going to get it there. This is where if you're Bame, a ton at least. There we go. Another one of those is even better. Even better.
Even better. 1 is good, 2 is gooder.
I think as a language arts teacher, you're just trying to kill me there. But here we go, Shanghai for a 5-3 lead. He's going to get a dart at it. Tops with a good lay, too. And he pins the 120. Dougie Bame takes a 5-3 lead in this race to 6. That's a hold of throw. It's a big, massive hold of throw. All Red, though, in the good comeback position for down 5-3. He only has to break once. And a nice 140 from All Red. Again, we mentioned it early on the stream, but Rick, a former baseball player, had a lot of national attention for having to get that Tommy John surgery that nowadays is much more easily recoverable surgery.
It's
but
amazing.
Back then, it was
commonplace.
A career-ending. It ended up happening to be that for Rick. If I'm not mistaken, he does coach baseball back in Virginia Beach. And hopefully he's telling his players about this.
That's a 184. No name Doug Bame. Yeah, the acumen, right, is still in the brain.
Gorgeous.
The skill, knowledge, and acumen are in the brain to go on and teach the skills and the passion. You know, injury derails you physically, but it's great to see somebody continue to be involved in something that they've got an obvious passion for. Tops for Rick Allred. Another bounce out. That one reacted a little differently, but squarely nailed that top right wire and went down.
And you blink and Doug now has 89 for the match. We one dart at the bullseye for the match. And he pins the match dart on the bull. And that's a 6-3 victory for Doug Bame. And you can see he was under a lot more pressure than that 6-3 scoreline showed.
Without a doubt. It you know, Rick stayed in there with them. You know, it was tied at 3, but 4, 5, and 6. And look at Doug Bame showing the emotion. You know, we've talked about where Doug's come from in a spot to win a Continental Cup championship, and he's wanted to fight back and be in those spots again. So Doug Bame, passionate to lift the A to Z darts trophy, if you will.
Yep.
And yeah, certainly Doug would acknowledge that, you know, he was in a tough battle there. Rick up the scoring a bit, solved some of those doubling issues early on that we talked about. So, you know, from Rick's standpoint, got to a board final, couple of wins on a feature board. So happy with that. But, you know, the seed stays alive.
Absolutely.
The seed wins in advance, 6-3. What a beautiful way to finish on a bullseye there, you know.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure we're going to see Doug come out of the feature area past our commentary booth, and I would hazard a guess that his feet aren't even touching the floor.
He's going to be smiling.
After a bull finish there, and, you know, So Doug Boehm into your quarterfinals, where he will take on Jeff Springer. So we're going to stay with you, folks. Just checking with production, making sure we're all good. I believe our players, Gates and Lenore, are going to get put right into the we've got to come up with a name. It's not an octagon. It's not a what was in Mad Max? One
It's
man,
the Aki-gon.
2 man. I'm literally grabbing a pen and paper. The Aki-gon.
Well, it's too easy, right?
I apparently wasn't too easy because I haven't come up with it, or not that or anybody else.
Wow.
All right, 2 men enter the Aki-gon, 1 man leave, and Doug Boehm walks by, wiping his brow, letting us know that that was some work to be had. But to win a CDC Circuit Championship is going to take some work, and quite honestly, in sports, always a smidge of luck, right?
Yep,
Dodging a
100%.
bullet.
It's not often a player wins without having to dodge a match start or two.
Whoa, those are some. Did Bigfoot just hit the dartboard?
It's Leonard Gates.
Or is that Gates? Man,
It
if
could
Gates
be.
is going to throw like that the whole way.
It is Gates.
But I mean, like we just heard boonk, boonk, boonk. I'm putting a sign up. The
That has got
Aki-gon.
loud, didn't it?
It's got what?
The board sound did get loud.
Holy mackerel! Whoa!
Maybe we need to turn that down a little bit.
Yeah.
As Soldier warming up, again, coming into this, he made the Final Four at ESPN yesterday, then got on a flight from Rock Hill, South Carolina to get up here into Chicago. Last week in Nashville, he won the singles title on Sunday, which was cricket, but still won the singles title on Sunday as the last event that he played in. He won a blind draw doubles. He won an open doubles. So Gates has had some success over the last week and a half of darts, and you're seeing it continue here. Just like I'm not surprised Brandon Goddard's having the success that he's having in the quarterfinals. Might be even his first quarterfinal that he's played in, but I said his name before the tournament even started, just knowing that he is going to be something. And a reminder, if production can hear me, you got to turn down that.
Well, I
board
was
sound.
going to say one of us is going to step out of the
Yeah.
the commentary room for a moment just to go.
That's the wrong way, whatever they're doing.
Why don't you go ahead? Go in and speak
Oh,
to.
they fixed it.
There we go.
Yeah. Now
Got
it's
turned down
nothing.
to
Yeah.
0 now. But yeah. Let's take a look at. Let's pull up some head-to-head info on these two guys. At first glance, it looks like Gates has certainly gotten the better of Lenore historically. Overall 4-0. In circuit events, 3-0 to Gates. So, all at about actually, this is the furthest they've played in a competition at a quarterfinal stage. It's been 32s and 16. So, I had mentioned to you earlier that this is a place that we need to see Joey Lenore. And quite honestly, player from my neck of the woods, Queens, New York, where I was born and raised. So I've been so proud to see Joey develop in this game. One of the first teams that we sent over for the JDC World Cup and World Championship, right? So Joey's been part of Junior Tour success, then moved on. He's an Evolution Tour champion with the CDC. Also has won tour events in New York with our Players New York, the third most successful player, winningest tour event player in New York, and is now competed for the last couple of seasons on the CDC circuit, right? So
Yes.
Still young, so still, need to have some allowances for Joey, right? Still, but he's been so successful, right? That sort of his age belies the expectation level that had been put on his shoulders, right? But
Leonard Gates has been playing darts for 30 years. Joey Lenore is 22.
But quarterfinals is with the pedigree, that I know that Joey Lenoir has, the quarterfinals to me is where he needs to sort of set up his camp these days. And Gates, there's. Let me bring up Gates' stats because it's always fun. There's not a lot that can be said about Gates outside of just sort of a nod to his resume, and you don't have to go any further than CDC, right? I mean, the guy's won world-level stages of soft tip the world. He's won senior events. Like, he's won a boatload of stuff.
He's won every senior major
And I won't
title.
even talk about that.
Yep.
I'll just tell you about his CDC resume. I mean, it goes on page after page on the stats sheet here. The guy's played, competitively since the first year. He won an event in the first year. He's won a handful of circuit events. He's a 2-time match play champion.
Yep.
He's a Continental Cup champion. And it's like his stats are incredible. It's constant, deep runs. Like, it's quite a shocker if Leonard Gates is not minimum in the quarterfinals of a CDC event.
Absolutely. And I know it's a completely different department, but Joey Lenoir is currently the national 501 champion that
In
he
the American
accomplished this year.
Darts Organization.
Yep. And he's also a semifinalist in the CDC match play back in 2022. So
Now-
he's made quite a run. He's played in the Continental Cup Tour Finals already. And, man, 22 years old, he's the 12 seed. And while he needs to start, like you said, making some quarterfinals, some top fours to really stay in that on the points list, this will definitely help. He just defeated Steve Warnock. He's defeated a lot of big names, and he can do that again here. Gates coming into this match averaging for the tournament 85 average. Lenoir back in 81, so they're within 4 points on the average between the two of them. And in this game, that's nothing.
And let's go into the groups.
139 left for Gates. He's not going to take it out. Lenoir on tops.
Just wanted to see, definitely Joey's one of those players that as he puts opponents behind him, heats up.
Then he hits the double 10 to take leg number 1. 15 dart hold a throw for Lenoir. Sorry, 18 dart hold a throw for Lenoir.
Joe coming out of Group 4 took out Rob Ethington, Chris Caldwell, and Jacob Taylor. I don't see averages in there, so we'll take a look. What is his on the leaderboard? What's his averages?
Lenoir?
Yeah.
It's an 81 total for the tournament.
Okay.
I can pull it up real quick. He's averaged 81, 82, 81, and 80.
Well, that's pretty spot on for an 81 average then. Okay. So we stay consistent, so there's not a 91 and a 67 in there, right? It's like if I'm going to nxt.com/play-CDC bets and there's a wager, is Joey Lenoir going to throw an 81 average? It's a pretty good bet.
That being said, if that is the wager that you're putting in there, you got to know that Leonard Gates is averaging an 86 for the tournament. So you're also wagering a good bet that Gates is going to average higher than Lenoir. However, we've seen many times where average just tells a little bit of the story, not the whole thing. And you're seeing Gates on 152 after 12. You're also seeing a different level in going up. We just went from Joey 82, 81, 80. Leonard started off at 79 and then a 92. Jumped it up to in the last match. So nice 135 just to tell Soldier I'm here with the 115 if you don't take it out in double 8. Now double 4. Where, again, no one has missed that yet. 1-1 scoreline. The pace of this game is going to be a pleasant one, too. Both of these gentlemen just kind of get on with it. Only 59 or 27.
Yeah, they're both pleasing to the eye to watch. Both move at a quick pace, get them in their hands, get to the Aki, and they're 1, 2, 3 out.
Rick sitting there scoring, going, "Welcome to my world."
So I'm going to read into it. Let's see if has Leonard had a couple of bounce outs today. What's that reaction was sort of a and then he took something out of his pocket. And I'm like, is he going to work on his points?
I'm not sure. We have seen an abnormal amount of bounce outs on our streaming board today. And it's not the board. We know that. It's a Winmore Blade 6.
Well, but it's also, you have those weird aberration things where you watch matches where darts just go whoop and like kind of like absurd stuff. Mainly the bounce outs we saw were from All Red, and it almost seemed like he was being too precise, like he was following his dart way too closely, and it kind of like wasn't. His prior dart was sitting in a fashion that it didn't allow it to get through, and that's where I saw it would bounce back almost in the same way. It wouldn't deflect off crazy. It would go like it was springboarded back out. And that Gates one, that was just I don't think that was anything to like. It didn't look weird. It just didn't hold to the board for a second and went out. But it was his reaction that I was interested in. Like he was like disgusted, like it's happening all day.
Yeah, just almost got the look at
just
the 151.
above there, right? So 74 remaining.
Joey's going to get a look at the 100 left to hold his throw. Soldier just kind of sets it up. Tops. That was a look from Joey. Should be 2 darts for Gator. That's a good marker for him. Completely out of the way. He could have done anything with that last dart. Doesn't take advantage. Wire width away. And he did not use it at all.
Is it just me, or am I trying to pick something up on Gates that just doesn't seem right? Like he doesn't seem either happy or comfortable. I don't know if it's the dart as Joey Linaw gets back on track there, takes leg 3. But Gates, right? Either something's not right. Not incredibly off. He's here in the quarterfinals, right? But there's something about he's wrinkling his nose at, or he's just unhappy or uncomfortable with something.
That is always a possibility. I'm not seeing anything too drastically different out of him to be able to say that. He always has those like little mannerisms, and he also is always a very even-keeled player for the most part. Mm-hmm. If it is something that's bothering him, it's something that is a pretty immediate.
Yeah, let's just keep an eye on when it seemed more colorful when he was down on his outs. He seemed more descriptive in his mannerisms.
Joey, a big 140 there. Continues now sitting on 176 after 9.
Yeah, and Joe has he's pretty stoic. I think when he's scoring, he's another one who's got some
Leonard.
Yeah, the miscount. The miscount from Leonard Gates.
And it needs to be said, like you just cannot at this level of the game give your opponent automatic 6 darts from wherever they are. It's going to hurt you so much to do something like that. this game is about opportunities, and you're just giving and gifting a talented dart player extra darts at doubles. And Joey hits it. 15 dart break a throw from Joey Lanaw. And you saw it actually did affect him on the ESPN event. And then we saw it actually in the qualifier of that event the day before. It's something that he has the talent of anyone in the world.
Well,
really.
that's how and why I don't want to say it gets overlooked because now it's been so focused on. Two in the bed. That's a 180 for Soldier Leonard Gates. He's had the ability to overcome it is where I'm going with that. But over time, it's going to catch up with you.
Like, for example, you cannot have a PDC tour card and make those counting errors and expect to have any success in the PDC.
Long term.
Yeah,
well,
right,
like I
right.
said, he's got such incredible talent that, like famously he's on stage at the Madison Square Garden, he makes a mistake, turns to the crowd, winds up hitting the peg in the double 13 anyway, right? Fun and game, just because he's got just oozing raw talent. So you can kind of overcome that stuff, and then it becomes quaint in his stories. But yeah.
But over
time, just the math of it, that you can't continue to put yourself in those situations and not have it negatively affect you.
But
1-7.
2 maximums in a leg. I don't care how much you miscount. You're going to be fine. And that's the other side of it that you're talking about.
It is, right? But a much-needed big leg from Gates. So tops.
He'll be back. And I like that last start outside on the 10s instead of inside.
If it was not going to go in, right? That would be your druthers. And so here's Leonard Gates, double 10. Look at that look at that flag on that left sleeve. The great state of Texas.
Yeah, this is a battle of your two cities now.
It's kind of like this.
Much.
This is the story of my life. Queens, New York plays.
He's
Texas.
From Houston. Yeah,
he's from Houston, but I'm born and raised in New York. Now I make and Leonard Gates fills it up. 180 to open up leg number 6. I'm now a resident of Texas, so
that's 2 legs in a row. He's opened up with a 180. You see him starting to heat up in the scoring a little bit. Joey, one of those players that can stay with him, but 2 troubleless visits is not going to help that.
Second maximum for Leonard Gates, and he's going to bring it in bunches. And like you talked about, Joey's got it in his locker to score. Look at this, right back. Yeah, little right. Exactly. That's where I was going. I didn't get to finish that part before. Yep. Joey is legendary for his sort of animated reactions at the Aki, and people have screenshot it in the most beloved way on the East Coast. But, Gates has had to. There you go.
Just did the double thumbs up for the 9 scored.
He's a piece of gold for commentary.
Double 4, where no one has still missed that number. And we got ourselves a 15 dart hole to throw from Leonard Gates. Back on throw completely. First to 6 legs, we got a 3-3 scoreline.
And Leonard has had to outscore Joey because Leonard is just, coming into that leg. He was only 2 for 11. On his doubles. So he's had to use that scoring as an overpowering weapon to give himself time to get out of those double spots. I mean, he looked obviously much more solid in that last effort.
And Joey's going to have to pick up his scoring because Gates is. Good 93. 3 troubleless visits in a row from Lenaw on his throw. Can work out sometimes, but usually not when you're playing against Leonard Gates, who has gone 140, 93, 118 to leave 150 after 9 darts. And sometimes it's easier not to guess with where Leonard's going to go with his darts. Sometimes we just don't know.
No, it's tough to guess.
Smart dart on
Even
the bull.
Kreskin wouldn't get those right.
I thought Joey would utilize the bull there. He did to leave 167. 16's route for Gates to leave tops. Will he come back? This is a big moment. Big moment. Again, his facial expressions just. What was that? Double 10 does go in for Leonard Gates. Breaks the throw at the right time. We saw that happen in the match with Bame and Savvada, and Bame ended up winning it 6-3. This is one of those where Joey's going to want to break right back, and you can see the side profile throw of Leonard Gates. It's just incredible. And Joey's is exactly like that as well. 2 very, 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 very good throws on our circuit. Wait, this is the follow through every single time. Every time he raises his elbow back up, it goes to that exact same part of the board. Great first start. Big 177 from Leonard Gates.
Boom! Goes the Gates. But that
After 9 on 84.
right, that totally feels appropriate for that spot. Joey's coming
22.
on 3-3. We're up a leg on the precipice. You know, he just sort of explodes here in leg 8.
And look at this. With 22 left for Gates, it's a little bit of a potential opening if he goes inside. He doesn't. And it is now 5-3 Gates on Lenaw.
On the precipice of a semifinal berth, Jim Long is through. Jim Long takes out Alex Spellman 6-4, so Jim's in the semifinals. Wow. Jeff Springer continues a big day, 6-0 over Doug Bame. And Dave Richardson just booked his spot, 6-2 over Brandon Goddard. So 3 out of 4 semifinalists have been booked. So Springer awaits the winner of this match, and Richardson and Long will be on the other side. So I would anticipate that we will have Dave Richardson, Jim Long as our semifinal here on the featured game.
Yeah, our first look at the gentleman, Jim, today, and our first look at Dave Richardson, who we're going to have a Canadian versus an American final. Also good news, which we would have had anyway. But how about Jeff Springer, a 6-0 victory over Bame?
I mean, a major kudos to him. Like, it's a young man that's put in a lot of time. I mean, the passion just off the charts, but came into the season with a lot of goals and aspirations, played so well the last, and that's a 180 for Leonard Gates.
And what a time.
Putting the pedal down.
And, wow, 23 is the result from the 22-year-old. And how about, did you mention Alex Bellman's average?
I did not.
103.
I just glanced at results.
He lost with 103.
But in fairness, Jim threw 100 at him, right? So how do you beat? Well, I mean, not that the math does that, but how do you stay in the match to give yourself a chance to win is throw 100 yourself. So big kudos to Jim. So a chance to
and there's the match victory for Leonard Gates. Defeats Joey Lenaw 6-3. Ended up averaging 88 at the end of the day. And Joey made a good run to the quarterfinal today. Would have liked to have made it more, but my goodness. So the semifinals are set. You just said it yourself, AE. Run it through one more time.
Yep, here we are at the A to Z Darts Trophy. Semifinal number 1 is Jeff Springer takes on the number 4 seed Leonard Gates. Second semifinal, Dave Richardson takes on the number 6 seed Jim Long. I would anticipate out there, like I said, to see Richardson Long here on the feature, and then we'll see on stream number 2 Springer Gates. But we have live with us for a moment the tournament director. So can I confirm our feature? Yes, I'll make the call for Peter Cetera. No, it's got to be Richardson Long because we just saw Gates on the feature. Okay, just confirming, Peter. All right. So, folks, we've got an amazing semis coming to you. We're going to step away for a moment. All right. So, truly, throw the popcorn in the microwave. If you got to set up a second monitor, do it. 2 great semis coming to you, just a few moments, and we'll be back with more from the A to Z Darts Trophy here in Oak Brook.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
Hitcore is the streaming entertainment alternative. Live concerts and comedy? Hitcore has it. Premium high-def audio and video? Hitcore has it. A customizable entertainment experience? Hitcore has that as well. No app? No problem. Set up an account, decide what you want to watch, buy it, then press play. It's that easy. Hitcore is live and on demand 24/7. Hitcore, where every live event becomes your experience.
30 flight tomorrow.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sean Green, your play commentator for the A to Z Darts Trophy, and this is our our only semifinal match, and it's between two great Canadian players. Dave Richardson, making his first semifinals appearance since 2021, event number 6 in Cambridge. He did make 3 semifinals that year, though, taking on the gentleman, Jim Long, who, if you followed us for the last however long, you know gentleman Jim Long.
You certainly do. Has made his name here in the CDC, seniors, modus, PDC event. And like you said, Dave Richardson was one of the first big threats in the days when we had open qualifiers in the morning. And Richardson came through in Philadelphia, made a final. And like you said, has gone pretty far in some big CDC events. So both players with high ceilings and a lot in the locker.
And they brought out the best of each other when they played against each other in head-to-head. The last time they played head-to-head was a semifinal back in Waterloo in 2020, event number 4, which went a last leg decider. Jim Long getting the victory 6-5. Both of them 60. Averaged 89.5 exactly. And Dave Richardson, I've seen him easily make it look about as easy as possible, average well over 100 in victory in a match.
Indeed.
If he's on and feeling it, he really does make the game look extremely simple. And again, continues this great run here in 2024, moving up the point list. And really solidifying himself right now in a good spot for the Continental Cup.
45.
He's in the 14th spot currently. He's going to add a lot of points to that now. Might find himself in the top 10 in the point standings after this event.
In pretty short time, I would concur with that.
100.
The gentleman Jim Long actually never played soft tip darts, but he uses soft tip darts
60
for his darts that he uses. He uses conversion tips on there, and it is a very simple reason. It is travel.
I was just going to say travel. I suspect travel.
He has been doing that for as long as he can remember.
97.
Because he never has to worry about taking his darts on carry-on. They're with him at all times. He just screw off the points, and TSA is not going to say anything about that.
Now you jinxed them.
Well, they can't really. What are they going to call it? It's just a stick. Metal stick.
No, well, I don't know if they,
without the points.
You got to wrap up the points and put them someplace else. Like,
65.
Yeah,
I guess
fair.
You could get a prickly agent who doesn't allow you on with the actual points, right? But yeah, I guess the device of being able to hold it in your hand changes things.
123.
Well, here we go. After 15 darts, he's on 137. He's going to have 6 from here if he needs them. He's going to at least need another turn.
Mm-hmm.
But he does
97.
set up tops for when he returns. Both these gentlemen from Ontario as well in Canada, so you know that they've seen each other many times before in the past.
140.
They've both been around the game a long time at a very high level. So I can almost guarantee you they've ran into each other many, many times. Outside of CDC events.
Oh, certainly.
Yeah, their head-to-head average is a 90 and a 90. So
100.
Both players with some international experience. Both have played in the PDC World Championship. Let's see, to your point, obviously, like you said,
30.
we know that they've played against each other
3 times in the CDC.
3 times.
2-1 advantage for Jim Long in that.
135.
Actually, that's kind of cool. Here's a little fact for you. Jim's first match that he played today in the first round was his 200th match in the CDC.
Well, mazel tov.
Yep. So 2 centuries of darts.
100.
He was at 199 matches coming into this.
$92.
Again, if you want to watch the other semifinal that is currently going on between the two Americans, that is on Stream 2, which is available on PDC.TV.
126.
If you just scroll down to the bottom there and just click over to Stream 2, you can find that. Or you can just find us on Facebook. How about Dave Richardson after 12 sitting on tops?
Thank you. 135.
You can hear the voice of Sally Kelly doing the
Game shot,
officialing
second dart.
in this match. Great dart from Dave Richardson, and we're staying chalk. That was a 14 dart, hold a throw.
Dave Richardson doing Dave Richardson things and a little bemused at the placement of that double, but he'll take it as he holds throw in the second leg, and
180.
that's a 180 for the gentleman, Jim Long.
$41.
It's good to see these two players in this semifinal.
One, 119.
Like I said, this is Dave's first semifinal since 2021, event number 6 in Cambridge. He was over 3 in semifinals in 2021.
60.
I don't want to point that out too much, but the gentleman made a final just this past year
100.
in this exact location in Oak Brook, where he lost 7-2 against fellow countryman David Cameron.
80.
We're seeing a tale of going first right now. 57 left, just going to set up tops
62.
with Richardson all the way back on 320, which might be 140 after this throw. It will not be.
What was the event last year, you
140.
said?
In Chicago, event number 5 in Oak Brook.
And that was in Wheeling.
What am I looking at here?
2023?
I'm looking at 2024. So I'm looking at 2024. I'm looking at
Okay, so the last weekend.
yeah, last weekend.
Ah, I gotcha.
Sorry.
Okay.
My bad.
No,
Correction,
'cause
20.
I messed that up.
This is our first time at this location.
Yep.
So I was just curious. I'm like, wait a second. Because I just read something from a player who hasn't been here this
140.
year say, oh, that was the same situation last time. And I'm like, well, you weren't here at this
Game
hotel
shot,
ever.
first dart.
Jim Long takes leg number 3.
And a 2-1 lead. First to 7 legs in this semifinal. And
180.
that's a 180 from Dave Richardson to get us started in this 4th leg. I swear, it's like they have their own throw, and they're like, all right, now I guess we'll play.
Such classic
140.
form from Jim Long. Just beautiful, not a lot of motion. For to
100.
open up Dave Richardson's account there. But legendary, unflappable demeanor from Jim.
It's a very small take back, just takes it back to where it doesn't,
140.
it's not stressing his arm to take it back to there. Richardson actually throws a little bit of a
40.
forward momentum into his throw. I could barely see it from that side throw on the first dart, but it definitely is there. Whereas, gentlemen, you can see no movement in his lower body whatsoever.
140.
And that's a 140 to leave 81 after 9.
Boy, he's a bringing at this leg.
Yes, he is. Make me eat my words about only playing on your own throw.
137.
But what a 137 from Richardson to put some pressure on the 81. Oh, 2 darts at 24. This is for an 11 darter. Doesn't get an in
79.
12, so
69.
Richardson tops. Good marker. Doesn't hit it.
4.
So, gentlemen, double six to take a 3-1 lead and a break a throw. This is for a 13 dart break a throw. He'll take it in 14. He had a shot at an 11. But that'll do. 3-1 lead now for the gentleman.
Break a throw, and Jim's brought his average up to match Dave.
100.
This will be Jim's first finals appearance if he makes it there since Event 9 in Cambridge last year.
125.
Jim, a multiple circuit event winner.
It would be his first win since 2022 in Waterdown.
That's what I was coming to take a look.
100.
Okay. Beat Stowe Bunce.
140.
Live here, the A to Z Darts Trophy. A to Z darts.com. Get your dart supplies, all of your darting
97.
needs.
Absolutely.
Parent company Magic Wear for jerseys and all that good stuff too. They have it all.
You know,
60.
it may not sound important, but I always tout their customer service. Every time I've dealt with them, they're super prompt. They reply immediately, like sort of when you make an inquiry about a product or like I want to make a change. They're fantastic. And I'm used to dealing with them when I
40.
was on the East Coast, and you get stuff right away.
And they are a West Coast company too.
Yeah, exactly.
They have sponsored my youth dart club the past 2 years as well, which
80.
involves free set of darts and free jersey for my players. It's amazing. They definitely are great in the dart community. Love working with them. Another one of those from gentlemen. Bullseye for the 164 and a 4-1 lead. Just a bit outside.
125.
96 left for Dave. Double? I doubted it.
56.
Comes back with tops if he returns. The gentleman, 39 left. Should get 2 darts and a double to hold his throw and really take control. Loves the side of the board, but not right this second.
31.
Reprieve. And pinned for
Game
Dave
shot.
Richardson.
First start.
So now we're back on throw. Richardson throwing to tie up the match. Semifinals looking like it's brewing something special, just like the other semifinal right now.
140.
5-4 scoreline favoring Leonard Gates over Jeff Springer. Both of them averaging right at 91. Pretty much right at 92.
Hot stuff, both semifinals here at the A to Z
50.
Darts Trophy.
$45.
One seed in each of the respective semifinals. Gates is the 4, Long is the 6. Richardson, Springer coming into the weekend unseeded.
140.
Nice 140 from Jim Long.
$45. 95.
Wanted the 133 to leave the 170. Richardson back on 271. Needs a couple trebles of his own.
$100.
Great
140.
140. Leaves 58. Leaves 68 after 12. And he'll get a chance to break right back again.
81.
We're in that spell here, AE, where breaks a throw seem more likely than holding. With back-to-back ones, this would be 3 in a row. Ooh, 24? Just misses on the inside of the 24.
Good maths, Sean
56.
Green.
Well, you made a little bit of a mess of it, but I've also made a little bit of a mess of it before. Double 15. Oh, he can't take it out now. That's always going to be the...
Of that route, you mean?
Yeah.
Of like actually hitting the triple. Like
Right.
that double 15 isn't the most spectacular of choices, but it is a nice. It is a double, same size as everything else.
6.
And that last double left a lot to be desired for Jim. And we're
6.
finding some double trouble here. They might both be in madhouse here after a couple darts.
Mile away for Dave Richardson on the double 2 attempt. So straight down the middle, bottom of the board, 2 threes.
Got to be aggressive on the first one.
Is that blocking him?
That's got to be.
No score.
That's why I just think you got to be aggressive on dart 1. Even if you go inside there and leave 3. Madhouse.
No score.
What a moment. Who is going to hit the more annoying double first? And that's in the corner.
Shot, third dart.
Oh, good
Great
dart.
dart from Jim Long.
Yeah, you could see he wasn't exactly comfortable with either adjustment. Do we go left or right? And a chuckle between the
Yep.
two.
That's all you can do. In that situation, it almost becomes, as an opponent, you're almost rooting for your opponent just to hit it so we can move on to the next one after you miss so much.
100.
Like, look, you've given me enough opportunities. I'm good with it. I'm good now. Just hit it.
I can accept defeat.
It's the very rare
100.
occasion where you say thank you to your opponent when they hit the double.
Yeah, that's when you get into those
You tell my confidence level in
Back
darts?
no, like back and forth when nobody can hit it. It's like let's just do
100.
this.
The only thing that Jim Long has got to be liking,
140.
well, there's two things he's got to be liking a lot. First, he's up 4-2. That's a huge deal. The second is that he is double the amount of double opportunities that Dave Richardson has had so far. Dave Richardson is 2 for 11. Gentleman is 4 for
134.
22. Both of them adds up to 18% apiece.
Which is a little surprising. Dave has outscored
55.
Jim from the beginning, so I would have anticipated that Dave would have gotten more looks at doubles.
Which screams
up to
setup
this
play,
point.
right, AE?
I guess it does, Sean.
Bullseye.
Like that.
And he hits the 167 checkout. The gentleman Jim Long. That one's most likely going to be the highest out of our stream today. I believe it leads now.
There
the
is one
overall.
that's going to be in your highlight package tonight on ESPN for the A to Z Darts Trophy.
Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun.
Puts Jim Long a step closer to a finals appearance on the other side of the bracket.
60.
A tightly and hotly contested affair between Gates and Springer. Leonard Gates is ahead 6-5. So that one still up in the air.
85.
The 167 checkout is the highest checkout of the tournament.
$100.
If there was any prize for it, this would be a bad beat type of time frame for that to happen for Anthony Chunkolo, who had the 160 before it.
125. 121.
Good first start from gentleman. Needs another.
104.
Hits another. So first look at a finish again. And he's in a better shot here.
Springer Gates tied at 6 legs apiece. They're in a tiebreak, last leg decider.
And what a great
119.
setup. 119 from gentleman to leave 32. And he will come back with it. That to make it a 6-2 lead in this race to 7.
55.
What a last leg decider opportunity there on stream 2. Double 8. And it is a 15 dart break a throw for the gentleman Jim Long. He does take a 6-2 lead now over Dave Richardson. Looking for his first finals appearance since 2023.
60. $59.
Looking for his last victory since 2022. And that'll help. A nice 177.
177.
Sweet darts from Jim Long.
Not a lot missing from his game right this second, that is for sure.
And in the other semifinal, Jeff Springer steps to the line with double 12 to advance to a final. Gates sitting on 73. 2 6s doesn't go in, so Gates looks at 73. I'll keep you updated.
100.
100 from the gentleman leaves 164.
$100.
And Leonard Gates puts in, finishes double top to take 73 points off the board and finish 7 legs to 6. Springer frustrated at the opportunity missed, but Leonard Gates
64.
books his place in the final of the A to Z Darts Trophy, and he'll take on the winner of this match.
Which is
43.
looking more and more likely that's going to be the gentleman Jim Long. 100 left, 6 darts, if needed. He's going to go the 16s route. Don't blame him.
52.
He'll come back with 48 remaining. So he'll have 2 match starts incoming.
59.
Two match starts and it's 32. That bent the wire. Double 8.
32.
And Dave Richardson needs to hit this 140, you'd think, to stay in this match. And he is not going to do so.
60.
So double 8 for the gentleman. To book his spot against Leonard Gates in the final. And he
Game,
pins
shot,
it.
match, Jim Long.
Jim Long, a 7-2 victor in this second semifinal over Dave Richardson. AE?
And a good, solid performance from Jim Long. I mean, Dave, jumped out ahead scoring-wise. Had some hurtful missed double opportunities, but Jim stayed real solid. I think a real perspective on how he played overall today to get to the final. Good, solid scoring, finishes up at an 86 average. Let's see if we can get some numbers on his doubles, but looked pretty concise on his doubles.
He did.
He struggled.
End.
He struggled
Yeah.
a little bit. He fixed that as the match progressed, and threw pretty solid Jim Long darts, and I mean that in the most complimentary way. Jim is always a threat, and I feel certain that there's no reason to think that, Jim Long may not be the recipient of a trophy this fine day, right? So we've got Leonard Gates and Jim Long in the final of the A to Z Darts Trophy.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. It's going to be a great battle, guys. Stay with us. We'll be right back with the final for the A to Z Darts Trophy right after this.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
Hitcore is the streaming entertainment alternative. Live concerts and comedy? Hitcore has it. Premium high-def audio and video? Hitcore has it. A customizable entertainment experience? Hitcore has that as well. No app? No problem. Set up an account, decide what you want to watch, buy it, then press play. It's that easy. Hitcore is live and on demand 24/7. Hitcore, where every live event becomes your experience.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
Been waiting for. Welcome back to Chicago, Illinois for the conclusion of the A to Z Darts Trophy. We have a major battle between two former tour winners, one this year, and Leonard Gates, the soldier, taking on the gentleman, Jim Long, looking to get his 4th. Leonard Gates is looking to get at least his 10th CDC event title. I'm Sean Green, your play-by-play commentator, joined once again by my partner in comms, Anthony Eugenia. AE, this is going to be a doozy of a final.
Absolutely. I'm looking to see, give you a recap of how they got here. Leonard Gates, backtracking semifinal, a really engaging 7-6 win over Jeff Springer, a very informed Jeff Springer. Then Joey Lanaugh in the quarterfinals, 6-3. Backwards, Gates takes out Jack Robinson, throws over 90 in his top 16. And then Gates opened up, I believe, in the round of 32. I'm trying to find Leonard there. My apologies. With a 5-0 win. So Gates solid all day. We have heard his knee is a little creaky today.
Yeah, arrived here 20 minutes before start time of the tournament.
So Leonard needs a nap.
Hey.
But wouldn't it be kind of cool to go take a nap with the trophy?
100%. You got the gentleman, Jim Long, who his route to this point, 5-2 victory over Stefan Rousseau. He actually started our Stream 2 board with that victory over Stefan Rousseau. Then he defeated Sean Mitchell 5-2 before defeating Jake Womack in the board final 6-4. Then he went up against Alex Spellman, winning against him 6-4 with Spellman averaging 102 and the gentleman averaging 100 in that one. And then you just saw here on our main stream board defeating Dave Richardson 7-2 in that semifinal to make it to this moment. So no last leg deciders, meaning no match starts dodged for the gentleman to get here. Soldier had to dodge 5 match starts just in the semifinal to make it to this point. And here we go. AE, they are off and rolling with a gentleman on 187 after 6.
59.
Coming out hot. 3 figures aplenty.
$40. 99.
Soldier starting somewhere different than normal on 308 with your opponent on 147, but
that's Gates.
That's where 147 left for gentlemen.
59.
He'll come back with 88. What type of pressure can Soldier put on it?
Gates wasn't able to sort of match that 180 from Long, and that's what Jim's now in a position to get. He's got a couple of darts to look at this, so we'll see if that 137 from Gates adds any pressure to this 88. 2 14s for Jim Long to open up leg 1.
78.
And now Leonard Gates,
74.
after that 137, left himself on 72, just in case. Oh, it might only be 1 dart at the bullseye now.
16s make sense. It's just a completely wayward dart on that 8.
47.
Yeah, he missed the big number there. He should have had a dart, an actual double. Instead, he only got a dart at the bullseye, and that's going to cost him, most likely, in leg number 1. But we've seen the gentleman struggle on the bottom boards on the awkward doubles, like 7s and 3s.
Mm-hmm.
And now Leonard Gates going to pounce. Double 8. Good marker.
9.
Not good enough. Double trouble here in leg number 1, AE, after all the scoring prowess.
No, we're going to clean this up nice and tidy.
Game shot, second dart.
Thank you, boys.
That one brought to you by Tide Pods. Cleaned up nicely.
Now, Sean touched on these players' CDC resumes.
140.
140. We want to pause and see if
Dabbled into it.
we did. We dabbled into it. Jim Long is a multiple CDC event winner, runner-up at the cross border. did we have a tally on Jim's total?
Yeah, he has
Is
three
five?
tour victories. He's going
Threes.
for his fourth here in this final.
And Gates, we're still trying to establish. I'm taking a look at it now. We need. I'll get my stats team on it, and we'll confirm. We think Leonard had his 10th win in Indianapolis, which, if he did and we didn't note it, that puts him in the lead, the all-time lead, edging past Butler and Young, who are both at that 9 mark. So,
with Dave Cameron also getting to that 9 mark in weekend
with his
2.
win last weekend, right?
Yep.
Last CDC weekend.
And that's a 180 from Leonard Gates to leave 140 after 9. The gentleman, though, a chance at the Immaculate 6. Still on. Oh, the 180 would have left 170. So Gates, 6 darts clear at 140 to hold his throw. And tie this final up 1 apiece. Just going to hit single 20 to set it up nicely.
100.
The gentleman gets a 1, 2, 3, just to let Soldier know that he's there, but 3 clear darts. It's a little bit awkward, though, with the way Soldier's darts lay. Double 10. And he pins the double 10. That actually might be the best second dart to go just inside on the 20s with half of it blocked anyway. It's a 1-1 scoreline. This is the final of the A to Z Darts Trophy. Brought to you by A to Z Darts and Magic Inc.
85.
Huge shout out to our board referee in the final, Sally Kelly.
60.
London, Ontario native, and the gentleman Jim Long. Versus the Texan,
140.
Leonard Gates. We talked about baseball careers early on in our stream, and Leonard Gates did play some
100.
professional baseball back in his time. Another pitcher.
$84.
I don't know what I miscounted. I'm looking now. I'm only getting 9. So.
All right. Well, we'll go with it. So this will be the 10th. We'll just call it what it is.
140.
Unofficially, this would be his 10th title. For the gentleman, it will be his 4th. And let's talk the ramifications of point list
140.
for both of these gentlemen if they win this final. And even, not by winning the final, but even making it to this point.
Mhm.
Leonard Gates, winning this final will jump him into the second spot in the standings, as the players in front of him did not do very well today, the American players especially, which also put him in that top American spot, which is huge.
Yeah, exactly. And I was going to even,
Game shot, third dart.
Great dart from Jim Long. Does make it 2-1.
sort of fill in the color in between the lines on why, like, that third position is actually pretty substantial, because we've got the bonus spot now available for players, right? So the top U.S. player and top Canadian player, and then the top next ranked, which, you know, actually, I guess if you had the top 3 players from the same country, third wouldn't guarantee it. It would be a player in second. All right, so
that being said,
but
the gentleman can also jump into that second spot in the Canadian list.
You betcha. You know, David Cameron coming in big. So, I mean, still 2 events to come in, but it certainly is a good footing to start a weekend to make a final.
And Cameron getting knocked out in the top 32 definitely adds a little bit to that. And you're Jeff Smith. You're like, can you just do that 2 more times, Dave? That'd be nice. But this will definitely help that.
Yeah, both players, like you said, Jim coming in 9th position, going to move himself up. Both players going to be pretty solid in the top 5.
Yeah.
Moving on, which will put them into a lot of big spots.
Soldier has 6 starts from 161. Would love a treble in there. Does get on the last dart. Yeah, for someone who is really good with his prep work, with keeping things kind of very consistent on a tournament day, to have
65.
Leonard Gates having to stay over in Washington last night and get here at 10:40, walking into the venue with an 11 p.m. or 11 a.m.
Yeah,
start time.
that's cutting it
that's
close.
impressive.
$41.
Jim Long outside shot here at this 140. Started taking out a 167, so this is nothing. But he's not going to do so. Steps over just to try to leave a clean 40, and he does that. What a great shot. 20 left for Gates for a 2-1 lead and a hole to throw. Great marker. And he kisses it right off and in. It is a 2-1 or 2-2 score line now. Winmore sponsored Leonard Gates. Galaxy Barrel and Team DJD sponsored gentleman Jim Long.
97. $140.
Not much in them between the averages, not much in them between anything at this point. There's also not
60.
much difference in the amount of hair both of them have.
Pretty smooth crew out there.
My hairline keeps receding back a little bit further and further, and I just keep thinking that I'm going to be a better and better dart player. By the time
There's got to be something to it,
there
right?
has to be.
There's a sort of like hair to stomach ratio thing that
Your head's got to shine in order for your darts to shine.
so
100.
I guess I'm never going to be good at darts.
Michael Van Gerwen, how much better did he get once he went bald? I'm just saying. He didn't win a single world championship with hair.
Oh,
all I
that's a
gotta say.
low blow.
55 scored there from the gentleman. Not what he was looking for with Soldier on 127 to break. He should get a dart. 17s. Bullseye.
102.
Will he come back? This is an outside look for the gentleman.
We thank everybody for tuning in today for the A to Z Darts Trophy. We hope you're having a blast. We're going to enjoy the rest of this final and then be back at 5 p.m. Central Time for the Boomerang Tours Fiesta, main event number 7.
Game shot, second dart.
And a 14-dart break, a throw from Leonard Gates gets him that first lead and the first break. He'll turn around to try and add some separation now.
We'll be back on PDC TV, Facebook, and YouTube, 5 o'clock Central. So a chance to get
180.
regrouped, have a bite to eat, and we've got another great evening of darts coming at you.
Hey, I don't know if you just saw that, but it almost looked like Leonard celebrated the 180 with the fist pump before the last dart actually entered the board.
I can see it. I didn't see it,
Still in.
but I can see it.
Oh.
70.
I guess he just kind of moves that way anyway. These eyes just wanted to see what they wanted to see.
60.
2 troublous visits is not going to help for the gentleman.
But I think some of these guys, when they know, when that dart comes out, they know it's going in.
42.
Get up to date on all CDC info. You follow us at our website, champdarts.com, all social media platforms at champdarts, our YouTube page, like and subscribe. And we've also got
60.
the next episode of Shooting the Bull, the official podcast of the CDC, will be live on YouTube and Facebook. Coming up Thursday, August 15th, 9 p.m.
99.
Eastern. So don't miss that. Recap of what we see here and a look towards the conclusion as we turn the corner on the road to the Continental Cup Tour Finals Championship, October 18th and 19th
100.
in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Cannot wait. 18 for 32. He will be back.
78.
Gentleman still back on 224. Trying to maximize the pressure one way or another. Not bad.
136.
Double 8. Does go in for Leonard Gates. It's a 17 dart hole to throw.
Eighty-two.
You can see the gentleman even
43.
being a gentleman to Sally Kelly and just letting him know what he scored.
Always got to be a gentleman.
Yep. First start's perfect for him. Yeah. And that's a 180 for Jim Long. The way that first start sat in that treble, just it looks so inviting.
60.
And honestly, that's been the amazing thing for me, AE, is that I've really, doing this so much, have learned exactly where a dart sits for a player and how much more likely that's going to be a 180 versus others. It's honestly, it's crazy how much of a game of millimeters this game really is.
And that's kudos to you for working on your craft, and I hope that's not out of line or too behind the scenes. I mean, that's the experience gained by covering these events and covering these players and growing and learning, you know, what are the markers that you can pick up on that
101.
you can see the success over the hill.
Well, I appreciate that. That all comes with the opportunity to be able to do this. So thank you for that.
Well, that's irregardless, even though that's not a word. That's regardless of that in the sense that, you know, other people get opportunities and don't take the most of it. So it's not about the opportunity; it's what you do with it. So, and that's, you know, that's what Jim Long's got to do here, right? But Gates is looking to put in a little pressure, and even if he hits the maximum, you know.
Yeah, but unfortunately, that's the worst start he could have thrown was that one on the last. Leaves the lowest bogey possible, but it doesn't matter. The gentleman does take it out in should have been in 16 darts. So there we go.
And
it was corrected by our score official.
Yeah. And the hold. So now he's just got to.
Still only down one break.
Just one, exactly. Just one break is the ask, and that's on the table.
First to 7 here in the final, for those of you that need that reminder.
45.
The 4 seed versus the 6 seed. Here at the A to Z Darts
81.
Trophy. Gentleman Jim Long, including this tournament, the last 2 tournaments he's played in, that's another 180 from Jim Long. He's had a semifinal appearance, and now he's in the finals. Finding a
97.
hot form here mid-season for the CDC. And look at this. Back-to-back 180s for the gentleman.
Backa, belly to belly. Maximums for the gentleman Jim Long, and scoring's where it's got to be for these guys. Both of them have been pretty subpar, under 30% on their doubling up to this point. So it's got to be about the power scoring.
Game shot, second dart.
And how about an 11 dart break a throw for the gentleman Jim Long, and it's now 4-4.
And he got to pretty quick work. We were going to cut him some slack and say you could leave that break on the table, get to it, hold first and get to it, but short order of business, tied it at 4-4 with the throw.
96.
Both of them are over halfway there. Who can get to 3 first now? Best 3 out of 5 remains in this final. Canadian from London, Ontario. Jim Long just continuing to pepper that treble 20 bed. His third 180 in the last 2 legs.
$100.
And he's back in again.
Here he comes again.
2 maximum 180 legs of darts for the last 2 legs for gentlemen.
Back-to-back legs, back-to-back 180s.
Wow.
60.
Another
Pouring.
potential left-hand darter
Just pouring it on is Jim Long.
for back-to-back 11s.
He'll take a 12.
5.
Well, based on this situation, he'll even take a 15 if he needs to. $54.
54.
So, gentlemen on tops. To get on top of the match. And he does. 5-4 score line. He's getting better and better.
He's absolutely punched it into a second gear, into a further gear than what Gates is delivering right now.
That's 3 legs on the spin for the gentleman.
60.
And right back in it again. You can't miss that treble 20 right now.
140.
Unless the darts bounce off of it.
It's got to just be the funnest thing in the world.
Oh,
when they
I
just-
can only imagine.
100.
Treble bed has to look twice the size right now. Just a little sidestep.
100.
Readjustment.
Still effectively taking control of this leg. Gates trying to end that, though.
135.
Solid ton here, though, puts Jim in great position to get a big break. He needs a triple.
91.
Yeah.
Look at that counting, too, from the gentleman. Leaves 170.
180.
And that's
why you leave the 170, because Leonard Gates leaves his double.
that's the pressure you need to put on.
Bullseye for the 170. Oh, my goodness.
145.
And I call this the Leonard Gates, affectionately. Double 13 goes in.
And rightly so. There are some signature doubles, and double 13 has become the Gates double. But look at that. I mean, 135, 180, put Leonard in that position to hit that one dart, and
180.
hitting them for fun is Jim Long.
This is insane.
60.
And he's, Jim's hitting them left and right, and he's still got a ton of work to do. He was just he really was close to going up
77.
a couple of legs, right? That would have been 6-4, 2 legs ahead, and on the verge of winning the championship. But now he's tied. Gates has found his mark.
60.
Yeah, coming into this match, Jim Long had the most 180s with 11. He's added to that for sure.
60.
He's now at 17 for the tournament. And another 170 opportunity. Another big fish opportunity. Another come and gone.
134.
But he sets up
But
beautifully.
that just exactly, I mean, that pounds the pressure on your opponent.
58.
Sitting on 36 after 12. And he pins it for the 15 darter.
Jim gets that sixth leg that he's been looking forward to it. He came so close in the prior leg to getting, and so he's one leg away
from his first title since 2022.
And becoming the A to Z Darts Trophy champion here outside Chicago in event number 6. Boy, oh boy, you just get the feeling if we kept him on that Aki for another 5 hours, he'd just continue to just peg that triple 20.
This is just so impressive.
59.
He's averaging 98, and he's only 36% on his doubles.
140.
And it might even be more impressive that Gates is staying with him.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to crystallize. Like, Long's playing great. He's putting in a ton of 180s. I mean, folks, for where we are in North America, I mean that's peppering 180s, and he's just decimating the triple 20. And but he was essentially he's locked in this match. It's only 6-5. It's not that all of that work has gotten him 3 legs clear of Gates. Gates is right behind him. Gates is a tough opponent. Gates has the throw. 110 here. He's going to set up the outshot, right? 90 remaining. So possibly the 18 route.
Yeah.
But yeah, all of that being said, he's locked in a battle right now. He could be going to a last leg decider, or we see he blows the roof off of things with a 160.
I almost expected him to at least get the start of the double there with how he's been peppering the treble 20.
100.
Instead, he'll just knock on the door and let Leonard know that you better hit this double when you get to it. Oh, 2 darts at double 12. Masterful. Soldier did the right thing there by just asking to make sure it was double 12, and he pins it. We're going to last leg decider here for the title of the A to Z Darts Trophy.
Green, taking it all the way, folks. Hope you're enjoying out there. We are enjoying bringing it to you. Last leg decider, Gates Long, main event 6, the A to Z Darts Trophy. Let's get it on.
And the first dart, shockingly, perfectly in the treble 20.
85. 140.
And that's a great start for Gates. Great 140 from the gentleman.
$97.
Will this be the 10th title for Leonard Gates, or will it be the 4th for the gentleman Jim Long? Needs another treble.
100.
Eats a ton, gets him to the first one to an out. Oh, wayward second dart is going to be could prove to be painful, devastating even. 140 here from Jim Long.
Perfect second dart.
100.
Type of a moment where Leonard's going to put maximum pressure on, or at least hope to do so. And that is not maximum pressure. So Jim Long, 76 left for the title. Should get at least one match dart. How about 2? At 24 or 28, and he hits it. The gentleman Jim Long is your champion of the A to Z Darts Trophy. AE, his first title since 2022.
Jim Long back in the CDC winner's circle. Big hug and a kiss. I haven't seen his wife. Don't know. All I saw was an elbow, so that might be the missus. Always out and about supporting Jim in his efforts. Congratulations to the gentleman. A 7-6 winner over Leonard Gates.
Wow.
98 average for the match. And what a way to start weekend number 3 for Jim Long.
Yeah, 98 average in the final for him. Gets the job done. Wow, congratulations to the gentleman, Jim Long. That's a great accomplishment, and it just continues this battle now for the Canadian top spot, and it really does change up things overall in the standings.
Solid event for Jim, start to finish, and yep, it's shakes things up there at the top of the standings tree and makes it a whole lot more fun for the viewers. We got a lot at stake, and there's a lot of players that are poised to cash in. So before Sean closes, I just want to remind everybody you will get a chance to hear from Jim. We're going to do that on our social media platform. That'll be on Facebook. Right after we close up the event, Sean will be speaking to Jim Long. So check out our social medias. We'll have that live on Facebook in a few minutes, and we'll share that on Twitter. So thank you, everybody, for watching us here on PDC and YouTube. And I'll just remind you that coming up at 5 o'clock Central is the Boomerang Tours Fiesta. That'll be main event 7. Another great field of players and feature board action on YouTube and PDC. Stream 2 action on Facebook and PDC. So it's been my pleasure. I'll turn it over to my partner to close us out.
Yeah, huge congratulations once again to the gentleman, Jim Long, for winning the A to Z Darts Trophy. And as you mentioned, it will be back in action in just a little bit here live for the
This evening?
For the Boomerang Tours Fiesta. So it's going to be a party up in here. From Peter Cetera, L. David Irete, Jeff Good, A.E. Anthony Eugenia, and the rest of the CDC staff, thank you so much for tuning in with us today, and we will see you back here in just a little bit.